Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, she wasn't looking for anything, just fixing a squeaky plank. But under the floorboards, she found a sealed envelope with her name on it. Inside, a photograph of her brushing her teeth taken from behind. Written on the back, "That's when I knew." Rebecca Lawson had lived in the small town of Millfield, Connecticut for most of her 32 years. Her Victorian home on Maple Street had been in her family for 3 generations. Its worn wooden floors and temperamental plumbing part of her earliest memories. She'd inherited it 5 years ago after her grandmother passed away, and despite friends suggesting she sell it and move somewhere newer, Rebecca couldn't imagine living anywhere else. The house was a piece of her history, filled with memories in every creaking floorboard. One particular board in her bedroom had always squeaked, even back when she would visit her grandmother as a child. It was a familiar sound, almost comforting in its predictability. But lately, that squeak had grown more pronounced, catching the edge of her bare foot each morning as she crossed to the bathroom. On a quiet Sunday in April 2022, Rebecca finally decided to fix it. The spring air was crisp through the open window as she knelt with a hammer and a few nails, tapping gently at the loose board. It lifted easier than expected, revealing the dark cavity beneath the floor. Rebecca reached for her phone to use as a flashlight when something caught her eye, the corner of an envelope, yellowed with age, tucked against a floor joist. The envelope wasn't dirty or dust-covered like something that had fallen through the cracks years ago. It looked relatively new, placed there deliberately, and written across the front in neat, unfamiliar handwriting was her name, Rebecca. Her hands trembled slightly as she opened it. Inside was a single photograph showing her own bathroom, her own reflection in the mirror as she brushed her teeth. The image was taken from behind her, from a vantage point that would have been impossible without someone standing in her shower. The picture quality suggested it had been taken with a good camera, not just a phone. According to the timestamp in the corner, it had been taken just 3 weeks earlier. On the back, written in the same neat handwriting, "That's when I knew." Rebecca dropped the photograph as if it had burned her. She backed away from the lifted floorboard, heart pounding in her chest. Someone had been in her house, someone had watched her. Someone had hidden this for her to find. Detective Michael Harmon had worked for the Millfield Police Department for 17 years. In a town of just over 12,000 people, serious crimes were rare. Mostly he dealt with minor thefts, traffic incidents, and the occasional domestic dispute. When Rebecca Lawson walked into the station that Sunday afternoon, clutching a photograph in a plastic sandwich bag, he expected another complaint about a neighbor's fence or a car parked too close to her driveway. The story she told, voice steady but eyes wide with fear, immediately set off alarm bells. As he examined the photograph, noting the clear invasion of privacy and the disturbing message, Detective Harmon felt a familiar heaviness settle in his stomach. This wasn't just a prank. The deliberate placement, the personal message, someone was playing a calculated game. "Have you noticed anything else unusual recently? Missing items, the feeling of being watched?" he asked, watching Rebecca's face carefully. "I thought I was just being paranoid," she said quietly. "Last month I found my kitchen window unlocked when I was sure I'd locked it. And sometimes I feel like things in my house aren't quite where I left them. A coffee mug on a different shelf, my shoes arranged differently." Rebecca paused, looking down at her hands. "And 3 times now I've come home to find my bathroom light on, when I know I turned it off before leaving for work." Detective Harmon nodded slowly, writing each detail in his notebook. Small disruptions, easily dismissed individually, but together they formed a pattern. Someone had been entering Rebecca's home regularly, moving through her personal space, touching her belongings, and they wanted her to know. Is there anyone who might want to frighten you, Miss Lawson? An ex-partner, perhaps, someone from work with a grudge. Rebecca shook her head. I've been single for 2 years. I teach 3rd grade at Millfield Elementary. I can't think of anyone who would do this. As they spoke, Officer Jenny Diaz began examining the envelope and photograph for fingerprints, but found nothing except Rebecca's own prints. Whoever had placed it was careful, methodical. That night, Rebecca stayed with her friend Megan Walsh on the other side of town. Detective Harmon arranged for an officer to check on her house periodically through the night, but nothing seemed amiss. The following day, technicians installed a basic security system with motion sensors and cameras covering all entrances. For 3 days, nothing happened. Rebecca returned home, jumpy but determined not to be driven from her family house. The security system recorded only her own comings and goings. On the 4th night at 2:17 a.m., the backdoor sensor triggered. Officer Carl Montes arrived within 6 minutes. He found the back door closed and locked, with no signs of forced entry. The camera footage showed nothing, just the door seemingly opening and closing on its own, the angle too narrow to capture whoever might have opened it. Inside, nothing appeared disturbed until Rebecca found it, another envelope, this time on her pillow. Inside was a photograph of her sleeping, taken from the foot of her own bed, dated just 2 nights earlier. On the back, "You look peaceful when you dream." The realization that someone had stood over her while she slept, watching and photographing her, shattered what little security Rebecca had managed to rebuild. Detective Harmon ordered a complete sweep of the house, checking for hidden cameras or recording devices. They found nothing. The security system, which should have detected any movement in the house, showed no alerts except the backdoor sensor. "How is this possible?" Rebecca asked, voice barely above a whisper as the officers searched her home. "How can someone get past the alarm system?" Detective Harmon had a theory forming, one he didn't want to voice just yet. Instead, he asked a different question. "Do you know who had keys to this house before you lived here? Who might know its peculiarities?" Rebecca's grandmother, Evelyn Lawson, had been a widow for 20 years before her death. The house had been left to Rebecca rather than to her father, Robert Lawson, who had moved to Arizona years earlier. According to town records, Evelyn had employed various handymen and housekeepers over the years, but none consistently. One name caught Detective Harmon's attention: Daniel Brandt, a local contractor who had done extensive renovations on the house 15 years earlier. Brandt had worked on many of the historic homes in Millfield, known for his attention to detail and knowledge of old house architecture. He would have known every inch of the Lawson home, including any hidden spaces or crawlways typical of Victorian construction. When officers went to interview Brandt, they discovered he had moved away from Millfield just 1 month earlier, with no forwarding address. His former landlord mentioned that Brandt had been quiet but had always paid rent on time during his 20 years in town. There had been something odd about his departure, though. He'd left most of his furniture behind, taking only personal items and tools. Meanwhile, Officer Diaz discovered something disturbing in old newspaper archives. 16 years earlier, Evelyn Lawson had filed a complaint against an unnamed contractor for unprofessional behavior, later dropping the complaint without explanation. The timing aligned with Brandt's work on her house. As they dug deeper, a pattern emerged. Every few years, a single woman in Millfield would report strange occurrences, items moved, the feeling of being watched, unexplained noises. Each case was ultimately dismissed as imagination or simple break-ins when nothing was stolen. Each woman had lived in a house where Daniel Brandt had worked. On day 7 of the investigation, Rebecca woke to find a third envelope, this time taped to her bathroom mirror. The photograph inside showed her standing at her kitchen sink the previous evening. The message read, "I've been watching you for so long. Don't you recognize me yet?" Detective Harmon ordered an immediate and thorough examination of the house's structure. In the basement, behind a seemingly solid wall of old brick, they discovered a narrow passage leading to a small space beneath the main staircase. The space contained a thin mattress, a battery-powered lamp, and a box of granola bars. On the wall hung dozens of photographs of Rebecca, eating dinner, reading on her couch, sleeping, changing clothes, dating back nearly 4 years. Most disturbing of all was a small notebook filled with daily observations, beginning shortly after Rebecca's grandmother died. The entries were meticulous, noting Rebecca's schedule, her habits, even records of her phone conversations overheard from hidden listening points in the house. The final entry, dated just 2 days earlier, read, "She's found the first message. The game has begun. Soon we'll meet face to face, just as I planned all those years ago when her grandmother tried to keep us apart." As officers secured the hidden room, the security system's front door sensor triggered. Through the camera feed, they watched as a man in his 60s with silver hair and workman's clothes approached the house with a key in hand. Daniel Brandt had returned to his hiding place, unaware that his secret had been discovered. When confronted by officers, Brandt offered no resistance. He smiled calmly at Rebecca, who stood trembling behind Detective Harmon. "You look just like your grandmother did when she was young," Brandt said, his voice soft and almost gentle. "She never understood what we had. She thought sending me away would end it, but I always came back. I built that room so I could be close to her, and then when you moved in, it was like having her back again." The investigation revealed that Daniel Brandt had created hidden spaces in at least 4 homes in Millfield over the decades, using his knowledge of construction to build passages between walls and connect to existing crawl spaces. In Rebecca's house, he had installed a mechanism that allowed him to disable the simple magnetic door sensors without triggering the alarm. Rebecca Lawson sold the house 3 months later, unable to sleep there knowing what had existed in its walls. The new owners gutted the interior completely before moving in. Daniel Brandt was charged with multiple counts of stalking, breaking and entering, and invasion of privacy. During his psychiatric evaluation, doctors discovered journals dating back 30 years, detailing his relationships with women who never knew he was there, watching from inside their walls. At his sentencing hearing, when asked if he had anything to say, Brandt looked directly at Rebecca and said only, "I'm still there in that house. In every house I've ever entered. They can tear down the walls, but they can't remove the watching." To this day, Rebecca checks under her floorboards before going to sleep, unable to shake the feeling that somewhere, someone is watching her brush her teeth, taking notes, and waiting for the right moment to let her know. That's when I knew. Crime 2, the pillow in the guest room felt too firm. When she cut it open, she found a handful of teeth and a folded note that said, "She screamed for hours." The room had been empty for years, or so they thought. Marissa and Daniel Wilson had moved into the colonial-style house on Sycamore Lane in the quiet town of Clearfield, Pennsylvania, just over 3 years ago. The previous owners, an elderly couple, had relocated to Florida after 4 decades in the home. The Wilsons fell in love with the character of the place, the hardwood floors that creaked just enough to remind you of their age, the built-in bookshelves in the study, and the large bay windows that let in streams of golden light during late afternoons. The guest bedroom on the second floor had become a storage space of sorts. Boxes of holiday decorations, old photo albums, and various other belongings had found their home there. Neither Marissa nor Daniel had any reason to use the guest bed until Marissa's sister, Claire, announced her visit from Seattle. It was a Tuesday evening in October when Marissa began preparing the guest room. She changed the sheets, dusted the nightstand, and fluffed the pillows that had been undisturbed for years. One pillow felt strangely firm, almost as if it had been packed with something solid rather than the soft down it was supposed to contain. At first, Marissa thought nothing of it. Perhaps the feathers had clumped together after years of disuse. But something about the pillow nagged at her. The slightly uneven texture beneath the cotton case, the way it refused to give when she pressed down on it. When she removed the pillowcase, she noticed a crude stitching along one side, different from the manufacturer's seam, thicker thread, uneven spacing. The thread was a dirty white, almost yellow with age. Marissa ran her finger along it, feeling each puncture point where the needle had entered and exited the fabric. A chill crept up her spine, though she couldn't explain why. She told herself she was being ridiculous as she retrieved a pair of scissors from the sewing kit in her bedroom. The first snip of the scissors made a sound that seemed too loud in the quiet room. As she cut along the amateur stitching, the pillow began to give way. What fell out was not clumped feathers or cotton stuffing. Small, off-white objects tumbled onto the bedspread. In the fading afternoon light, it took Marissa several seconds to process what she was seeing. Teeth, human teeth. Some still had dried root tissue attached. 12 in total. She would later count them over and over, as if the number might somehow make sense of the horror. Nestled among them was a yellowed piece of paper, folded into a tight square. With trembling fingers, Marissa unfolded it, revealing 5 words written in neat, precise handwriting. She screamed for hours. The room seemed to close in around her as she dropped the note and backed away from the bed. Her legs gave out as she reached the doorway, and she sank to the floor, unable to tear her eyes away from the scattered teeth on the floral bedspread. Detective Aaron Reeves had been with the Clearfield Police Department for 17 years. He had investigated burglaries, assaults, and the occasional murder that disturbed the otherwise peaceful town. But the call that came in on that October evening was unlike anything he had encountered before. The items appear to have been inside that pillow for a long time, he told the Wilsons as they sat in their living room, both still visibly shaken. We'll need to take the pillow, the teeth, and the note for forensic analysis. Daniel Wilson, a software engineer who worked remotely for a firm in Pittsburgh, couldn't wrap his mind around it. We've been living here for 3 years. How could we not know? How could this be in our house all this time? The investigation began with the previous owners, Harold and Martha Denton. Detective Reeves contacted them at their retirement community in St. Petersburg. The elderly couple expressed shock and confusion. They had purchased the home in 1978 and lived there until 2020. According to their statement, they had never used the guest bedroom for anything other than occasional visits from their children and grandchildren. We bought all new furniture when we moved in, Martha Denton explained over the phone, her voice quavering. The previous owners left nothing behind. This led Reeves to dig deeper into the property's history. Before the Dentons, the house had belonged to the Crawford family, James and Elaine Crawford and their teenage daughter, Rebecca. They had lived in the house for just under 2 years, from 1976 to 1978. Records showed that the Crawfords had moved suddenly to Arizona in the spring of 1978. Neighbors who had lived on Sycamore Lane during that time recalled little about the family. They kept to themselves, said Eleanor Mackey, now in her 80s, who lived 3 houses down. The daughter, what was her name? Rebecca. She was quiet, pretty girl, but shy. I don't think I ever heard her speak above a whisper. What caught Detective Reeves' attention was that there were no school records for Rebecca Crawford after December 1977. It was as if she had simply vanished from the town's records months before her family's departure. The forensic analysis of the teeth confirmed they were human and likely belonged to a female between the ages of 16 and 20. Carbon dating suggested they had been extracted approximately 50 years ago, matching the timeline of the Crawfords' residence. Handwriting analysis of the note proved inconclusive due to the limited sample size, but experts suggested it was written by someone with steady hands and possibly some medical training. As Detective Reeves dug deeper into James Crawford's background, a disturbing picture began to emerge. Before moving to Clearfield, Crawford had worked as a dental assistant in Philadelphia. He had been let go from his position under unclear circumstances, with former colleagues describing him as intense and overly interested in the effects of pain medication. Elaine Crawford had been a nurse at a local hospital during their time in Clearfield. Former coworkers remembered her as withdrawn and private. One former colleague mentioned that Elaine often came to work with dark circles under her eyes, claiming insomnia. The investigation took another turn when Reeves discovered that James Crawford had died in 1995, but Elaine was still alive, residing in an assisted living facility in Tempe, Arizona. When contacted, the facility informed him that Elaine, now 87, suffered from advanced dementia and rarely had lucid moments. Despite this, Reeves flew to Arizona to interview her. What he found was a frail woman who drifted in and out of clarity, her mind mostly trapped in fragments of the past. "She won't stop screaming," Elaine whispered during one moment of apparent lucidity, her eyes suddenly sharp and focused on Reeves. He said it was necessary. He said Rebecca needed to learn. "Learn what, Mrs. Crawford?" Reeves asked gently. "Obedience," she replied, before her eyes clouded over again, and she began humming a lullaby. Back in Clearfield, the Wilsons struggled with the knowledge of what had been discovered in their home. They had the entire house searched by forensic teams who found nothing else unusual. But the damage was done. They could no longer see their charming colonial as the dream home they had purchased. 6 months after the discovery, they put the house on the market, disclosing the macabre finding to potential buyers as required by law. The house sat empty for nearly a year before finally selling at well below asking price. The case of Rebecca Crawford remains officially open but inactive. No body has ever been found, and with James Crawford deceased and Elaine unable to provide coherent testimony, it's unlikely the full truth will ever be known. What happened to Rebecca Crawford in the winter of 1977-78? Did she try to escape an abusive home, only to be caught and punished in the most horrific way? Or was she the victim of something even more sinister? The only concrete evidence of her fate lies in those 12 teeth and a chilling 5-word confession, preserved for decades in a pillow that no one thought to examine until Marissa Wilson decided to prepare a guest room for her sister's visit. Sometimes the walls of our homes hold secrets. Sometimes those secrets are stitched into the very fabric of the objects we rest our heads upon night after night while we sleep, blissfully unaware of the horrors that occurred in the same space years before. The house on Sycamore Lane stands to this day, with new owners and fresh paint. The guest bedroom has been converted into a home office, the bed long gone, but locals still point it out as they drive by, the house where a pillow held the evidence of a crime that no one knew had been committed, until a random act of hospitality brought it to light after nearly half a century of silence. Crime 3, she started noticing him after a local missing persons story, in the background, barely visible. But then he showed up again in footage from a fire, a robbery, a flood, always watching. One day he was on her front porch camera, just standing there. Meredith Collins had always been observant. As a child growing up in Glendale, Arizona, she'd been the one to notice when things were out of place, a missing photograph, a chair slightly askew, the subtle tension in her parents' voices before they announced their divorce. Her father used to say she had detective eyes. Those eyes had served her well through college, then journalism school, and finally as a local news editor for KGLA Channel 6. At 42, Meredith lived alone in a modest bungalow on Oakwood Street. She'd been divorced for 3 years and had settled into a quiet routine. Coffee at 6 a.m., work by 7:30, home by 6 p.m., dinner while reviewing footage for the next day's stories. Her colleagues considered her meticulous to a fault, the type who would rewatch local news segments 3 times to catch errors before broadcast. It was during one of these routine reviews in October 2022 that Meredith first noticed him. The footage covered the disappearance of Ellie Ramirez, a 19-year-old college student who had vanished after leaving a study group at the Westfield Community College Library. The segment showed concerned students gathered outside the campus center while the reporter interviewed Ellie's roommate. Nothing seemed unusual about the reporting itself. Standard camera work, decent audio, appropriate framing. But something made Meredith pause the footage. In the background, partially obscured by a tree, stood a man. He wasn't doing anything particularly suspicious, just standing, watching. A white male, perhaps in his 50s, with a baseball cap pulled low over his face. He wore a navy windbreaker despite the warm weather. Something about his stillness amid the bustling crowd made Meredith uncomfortable. She made a mental note but thought little more of it. Random bystanders were common in news footage. 3 days later, Meredith was reviewing footage of a house fire in Summerlin Heights, a neighborhood 15 miles from the college. As the camera panned across the gathered onlookers, she felt a strange sensation prickling at the back of her neck. There he was again, same cap, same windbreaker, same unnervingly still posture, just watching. Coincidence, she muttered to herself. Perhaps he was a first responder off duty, or someone who followed emergency scanners. There were reasonable explanations. But when he appeared again in footage of a convenience store robbery the following week, standing across the street, partially hidden behind a parked SUV, Meredith began keeping notes. She started a folder on her computer labeled Background Man and saved screenshots from each sighting. By November, she had documented the man in 7 different news segments spanning locations throughout the greater Phoenix area. Always in the background, always watching, never interacting. Meredith debated mentioning her observations to Detective James Harmon, her contact at the police department. But what would she say? That she'd noticed the same nondescript middle-aged man in various news footage. It sounded paranoid, especially since she couldn't articulate why it disturbed her so deeply. After Thanksgiving, the sightings increased. He appeared in footage of a political rally downtown, then at the scene of a multi-car accident on Highway 60, then during coverage of holiday shopping at Westgate Mall. In December, Ellie Ramirez's body was found in a drainage canal 20 miles from campus. The news team covered the somber discovery, and as Meredith reviewed the footage that evening, there he was standing behind the yellow police tape, partially obscured by an ambulance, that same navy windbreaker now paired with dark glasses despite the overcast day. That night, Meredith printed every screenshot and arranged them chronologically on her dining room wall. 13 appearances in less than 3 months. She connected them with red string, creating a disturbing constellation across her wall. When she plotted the locations on a map, no clear pattern emerged. The points were scattered across the metropolitan area, with no apparent relationship to each other or to her. "You're overthinking this," she told herself, pouring another glass of wine. She'd been working too much, sleeping too little. The stress of the holiday season and the traumatic news cycle was getting to her. Still, she double-checked her door locks before bed. In January, as a cold front moved through Arizona, the man appeared less frequently. Meredith began to relax. Perhaps he had been a temporary fixture, a curious onlooker with too much free time, or maybe even a local stringer trying to sell footage to multiple news outlets. Then came the flood. Heavy rains caused the Salt River to overflow, forcing evacuations in the eastern suburbs. KGLA provided round-the-clock coverage of the disaster. Meredith was reviewing footage of rescue teams when she froze the frame. There he was, standing on higher ground, watching families being loaded into emergency boats. This time, something was different. He seemed to be looking directly at the camera. Directly at her. That night, Meredith woke to a notification from her home security system. Someone had triggered the motion sensor on her front porch at 2:17 a.m. Heart pounding, she opened the app on her phone and reviewed the footage. The man stood on her porch facing her door. Same cap, same windbreaker. For 3 minutes and 42 seconds, he remained perfectly still. Then he turned slightly, looking directly into the camera, and smiled. By morning, Meredith had called Detective Harmon. She tried to keep her voice steady as she explained her concerns, knowing how it must sound. To her surprise, Harmon asked her to bring in all her evidence immediately. In the austere interview room at the police station, Meredith laid out her screenshots while Harmon reviewed them silently. His expression grew increasingly troubled. "You said this started with the Ramirez disappearance," he asked finally. Meredith nodded. "That's when I first noticed him." Harmon slid a photograph across the table. "Is this the man you've been seeing?" The image showed the same man without the cap, his features clearer than in any of her screenshots. The face was unremarkable, neither handsome nor ugly, with pale eyes and thin lips. "Yes," she whispered, "who is he?" "His name is Thomas Gaines," Harmon said slowly. "He was a person of interest in 3 missing persons cases in Colorado back in 2017. Before that, he appeared in the background of news footage in Nebraska following several unexplained disappearances. We've been tracking his movements across state lines for years, but we've never had enough evidence to bring him in." "So he's what, some kind of serial killer?" "We don't know," Harmon admitted. "What we do know is that wherever Gaines appears, people vanish. Sometimes their bodies are found, sometimes not, but he's never been at a scene where we could place him definitively. He's careful, always in the background, always watching." And now he's watching me, Meredith said, her voice barely audible. The police installed additional security at Meredith's home and assigned an unmarked patrol car to monitor her street. For 2 weeks, nothing happened. No sightings in news footage. No appearances on her security cameras. Meredith began to breathe easier, though she still found herself scanning backgrounds in every video she reviewed. In February, a jogger discovered another body, a 22-year-old male student from the same college Ellie had attended. As Meredith prepared the footage for the evening broadcast, she searched every frame for Thomas Gaines. He wasn't there. Instead, he was waiting when she arrived home. Her security system captured the encounter, Meredith pulling into her driveway, the garage door opening, a shadow moving behind her car as she stepped out, then Meredith freezing as she sensed someone behind her. The camera caught her turning, her mouth opening in recognition. It captured Gaines saying something to her, words inaudible to the microphone. It showed Meredith's expression changing from fear to confusion. Then both figures walked into the garage, and the door closed behind them. The patrol officer assigned to her street had stepped away for coffee. By the time he returned 15 minutes later, both Meredith and Thomas Gaines were gone. Her car remained in the garage. No signs of struggle were found in the house. Her phone, purse, and keys were still on the kitchen counter. The investigation consumed Phoenix news for weeks. Police searched extensively but found no trace of Meredith Collins or Thomas Gaines. Detectives interviewed everyone at KGLA, examining all the footage Meredith had flagged. They discovered something disturbing. In several of the original news clips, there was no man in a Navy windbreaker. The figure Meredith had been tracking appeared only in her saved copies of the footage, not in the broadcast versions or the raw camera files. Detective Harmon developed a theory, though he shared it with few people. He believed Thomas Gaines had been watching Meredith long before she noticed him, perhaps altering footage only she would see, embedding himself in her daily routine until she could think of nothing else. 3 months after Meredith's disappearance, a new editor at KGLA was reviewing footage of a car accident when she noticed something unusual. In the background, barely visible beyond the flashing lights of emergency vehicles, stood a middle-aged woman with auburn hair. She wasn't doing anything particularly suspicious, just standing, watching. The new editor thought little of it. Random bystanders were common in news footage, after all. But the woman appeared again the following week, and the week after that, always in the background, always watching. And sometimes, if you looked very closely, there was a man standing just behind her, his hand resting on her shoulder, his face obscured by a familiar navy cap. Crime 4, it looked like a normal hallway closet, but when she opened it, there was nothing, just darkness that swallowed light. She lowered a string inside. When she pulled it back, it was soaked in something thick and red. Amelia Reeves had always been particular about her living spaces. Friends described her as meticulous, organized, the kind of person who color-coded her closet and labeled her spice jars. At 32, she had finally saved enough to purchase her first home, a modest 2-bedroom craftsman built in 1937 on the quiet outskirts of Millfield, Connecticut. The November afternoon she received her keys, a light snow had begun to fall. Real estate in Millfield rarely came on the market, and when it did, it often sold quickly. Amelia had been drawn to the home's original hardwood floors, crown molding, and the way sunlight filtered through the bay windows in the living room. The previous owners, an elderly couple named the Harmons, had lived there for 43 years before moving to Florida to be closer to their grandchildren. "It's got great bones," the realtor had told her, "just needs someone to love it again." For the first 3 weeks, Amelia dedicated her evenings and weekends to painting walls, refinishing cabinets, and gradually making the space her own. She documented the transformation on her moderately popular home renovation blog, posting before and after photos that garnered enthusiastic comments from her small but loyal following. The hallway closet had been on her to-do list since day one. Unlike the rest of the house, which displayed signs of careful maintenance, the closet had clearly been neglected. Its door hung slightly askew on tarnished brass hinges, and the once white paint had yellowed with age. Amelia planned to sand it down, repaint it, and install a proper organization system inside. On December 12th, a Tuesday, Amelia finally tackled the closet project. She had taken the day off work from her job as an accountant at a local insurance firm. Her best friend, Kelly Dawson, received a text from her at 9:17 a.m. "Finally dealing with that weird hallway closet today. Wish me luck. It looks like it hasn't been cleaned out since the Reagan administration." Kelly replied with a laughing emoji and a thumbs up. This would be the last communication anyone would have with Amelia for the next 72 hours. When Amelia didn't show up for work on Wednesday and Thursday, her supervisor, Marcus Weber, called her cell phone several times. The calls went straight to voicemail. On Friday morning, Marcus contacted Kelly, asking if she had heard from Amelia. "It's not like her to miss work without calling in," he said, "especially during quarter end." Kelly tried calling Amelia repeatedly before driving to her house during her lunch break. Amelia's gray Honda Civic sat in the driveway. The front door was locked. Kelly peered through the windows but saw no movement inside. After knocking repeatedly with no answer, she called the Millfield Police Department. Officer James Hawkins and his partner, Officer Lydia Cortez, arrived 30 minutes later. With Kelly still present, they performed a wellness check, eventually forcing entry through the back door when no one answered. The house was silent and undisturbed. There were no signs of struggle or forced entry. A half-empty mug of coffee sat on the kitchen counter next to a small toolbox. Music still played softly from a Bluetooth speaker in the living room, an indie folk playlist Amelia often listened to while working on house projects. It was Officer Cortez who first noticed that the hallway closet door stood slightly ajar, a strip of painter's tape marking its edge. Tools were scattered on the hallway floor, a screwdriver, sandpaper, and a pry bar. A step stool stood positioned in front of the open door. Later in his official report, Officer Hawkins would write, "Upon approaching the hallway closet, I observed that the interior appeared unusually dark. The closet, approximately 3 feet wide by 2 feet deep according to the house plans, contained no shelving, hooks, or storage of any kind. The interior walls appeared to be absent, revealing what looked like a void or shaft extending beyond the normal dimensions of the closet. When they shined their flashlights inside, the beams seemed to disappear into nothingness after just a few feet, as if absorbed by the darkness. Kelly stood behind them confused. "That's not possible," she said. "Where are the walls?" Further investigation revealed that the closet's interior walls had been removed, creating an opening into what appeared to be a narrow shaft or passage that extended both downward and backward into space that, according to the house's floor plan, shouldn't exist. Detective Margaret Simmons arrived at the scene by 4:30 p.m. With 23 years on the force and a reputation for methodical investigation, she immediately called for additional officers and forensic personnel. "I need to know what's behind and beneath this closet," she told her team, "and I need to know exactly what this house looked like when it was built." Looking at the darkness, Detective Simmons made a decision. She took a ball of twine from her car, tied one end to a pen, and lowered it into the darkness of the closet. After extending about 15 feet of string, she slowly pulled it back up. The string returned wet, soaked in what preliminary testing would later confirm was human blood. By midnight, the Millfield Police Department had cordoned off the entire property. Search teams with specialized equipment were called in from neighboring counties. News vans began to gather at the perimeter of the police tape, their lights casting long shadows across the snow-covered lawn. The case took a disturbing turn when investigators discovered the original blueprints for the house at the county record's office. According to the plans filed in 1937, the hallway closet was a standard storage space with 3 walls. However, building permits filed in 1978 during the Harmons' ownership showed extensive renovations to that section of the house, including what was described as a utility shaft installed adjacent to the closet. When investigators interviewed the Harmons by phone at their Florida retirement community, both expressed genuine shock and confusion. "We never did any renovations to that closet," Albert Harmon insisted. "We used it for storing winter coats and umbrellas, nothing else." His wife, Eleanor, agreed. There was never anything unusual about that closet. It had shelves and a rod for hangers. "I don't understand what you're talking about." When shown digital photos of the current state of the closet, both went silent for several long moments. "That's not our closet," Eleanor finally whispered. "That's not what it looked like when we left." Further investigation revealed that between the Harmons' move-out date and Amelia's move-in, the house had been vacant for only 17 days. During that time, the real estate company had arranged for standard cleaning and minor repairs, but no structural work was documented. The forensic team expanded their investigation, removing sections of the hallway wall and floor around the closet. What they discovered defied logical explanation. The shaft behind the closet walls appeared to have been constructed in secret, possibly decades earlier. It extended approximately 20 feet down before opening into a small, concealed room beneath the house, a room that existed in a space where, according to all official plans, there should have been only solid earth. On Sunday evening, 3 days after Amelia was reported missing, thermal imaging equipment detected a heat signature in this hidden room. A specialized rescue team descended into the darkness, following the narrow passage that seemed to defy the physical dimensions of the house above. They found Amelia Reeves alive but barely conscious, curled in a corner of the hidden room. She was severely dehydrated and disoriented, with multiple lacerations on her hands and arms. The room contained nothing but a single folding chair and a collection of Polaroid photographs pinned to one wall, images of previous owners of the house, including the Harmons, taken through windows and from vantage points suggesting long-term surveillance. As paramedics transported Amelia to Millfield General Hospital, Detective Simmons ordered a comprehensive search of county records for all previous owners and occupants of the house. The results revealed a disturbing pattern. Over the past 84 years, the house had changed hands 8 times. In 3 of those instances, the sale had occurred shortly after the unexplained disappearance of a resident. Disappearances that had been classified as voluntary missing persons cases and eventually closed without resolution. When Amelia regained consciousness the following day, her account only deepened the mystery. "I was removing the baseboard near the closet," she told Detective Simmons, her voice barely above a whisper. "The wall just gave way like it was designed to open. When I looked inside with my flashlight, I saw something metallic reflecting back. I reached in to touch it and—" She paused, tears welling in her eyes. "It felt like something grabbed me and pulled. I don't remember falling. I just remember waking up in that room in the dark." Amelia had no memory of the 72 hours she'd spent in the hidden room. The blood on the string was indeed hers, from wounds she had sustained trying to climb back up the shaft. "The strangest thing," she added, "was that while I was down there, I could hear footsteps above me, like someone was walking around my house. But when I called out, no one answered." Police reports confirmed that during the time of Amelia's disappearance, her house had remained locked from the inside, with no signs of anyone entering or leaving. The investigation of the property continued for months. Forensic teams discovered minute traces of blood from at least 2 different individuals embedded in the soil beneath the hidden room, blood that had been there for decades. The case remains officially open. Amelia Reeves never returned to the house, which stands empty once again, its windows dark, a "for sale" sign swaying in the front yard. The real estate listing makes no mention of the hallway closet, describing the property simply as a charming craftsman with period details, awaiting its next loving owner. Detective Simmons still drives past the house occasionally. She has tried to piece together what happened to Amelia and the others before her, developing theories involving the original builder or subsequent renovations. But one question remains unanswered. If the hidden room and shaft were constructed by human hands, why do the dimensions of that space seem to exceed the physical boundaries of the property? And why, even after the entire area was excavated and examined, could no one determine where the darkness of that closet actually ends? Sometimes on quiet nights, Simmons parks across the street from the empty house. She watches the darkened windows and thinks about the closet inside, a closet that looks normal from the outside but contains a darkness that doesn't seem to follow the rules of ordinary space. A darkness that waits with infinite patience for the next person to open the door. Crime 5, she peeled away layers of faded wallpaper to repaint the nursery. Underneath, written directly on the wall, was a single phrase repeated over and over: "They made me stay." One section bulged slightly. When she cut into it, she hit something soft. The house on Sycamore Lane had stood for nearly a century before Rachel Winters purchased it in October 2017. At 34, Rachel was 6 months pregnant with her first child when she found the Victorian-style home in the quiet suburb of Millfield, Connecticut. The price had been surprisingly reasonable, a fact her realtor attributed to the property having been on the market for over 2 years. "Perfect timing," Rachel had told her sister on the phone. "I'll have plenty of time to fix up the nursery before the baby comes." Rachel's husband, Daniel, had passed away unexpectedly from an aneurysm just weeks after they discovered they were expecting. The move represented a fresh start, a place untouched by grief where she could raise their daughter. The previous owners, an elderly couple named Harold and June Blackwood, had lived in the house for nearly 40 years before moving to a retirement community in Florida. According to neighbors, they had been quiet, kept to themselves, and rarely had visitors. The local gossip suggested they'd never had children of their own. Rachel's first few weeks in the house passed uneventfully. She arranged furniture, unpacked boxes, and began preparations for the nursery. The room that would become her daughter's had clearly once been a child's bedroom, with pale yellow wallpaper featuring faded circus animals, elephants balancing on balls, lions jumping through hoops, and smiling clowns that had aged into something less cheerful than intended. "I think someone must have decorated this for a baby that never arrived," Rachel told her sister during one of their nightly calls. "The wallpaper looks at least 30 years old, but it's barely faded in spots, like the room was hardly ever used." In late November, Rachel began removing the old wallpaper. The work was therapeutic, peeling away the past to make room for her future. The first layer came away easily in most places, revealing an older flowered pattern beneath. But in the corner furthest from the door, the wallpaper was more stubborn, almost as if something had been used to secure it more firmly. After several hours of patient work, Rachel finally managed to remove a large section from that corner. What she found made her step back. Beneath the flowered pattern was bare wall, and on it, written in what appeared to be pencil, were the words, "They made me stay," repeated in rows. The handwriting was childish but deliberate. "What in the world?" Rachel whispered, running her fingers over the writing. As she continued removing the flowered layer, she found more of the same phrase extending across about 3 feet of wall space. Her curiosity quickly turned to unease when she noticed a section that seemed to bulge slightly, as if the plaster behind it wasn't entirely flat. Using her utility knife, Rachel carefully cut into the bulging section. The blade didn't meet the resistance of plaster. Instead, it sank into something softer. Pulling back, she used her fingers to widen the hole and peered inside. Tucked into a crude cavity in the wall was a small cloth bundle. With trembling hands, Rachel extracted it and carefully unwrapped the faded, stained fabric. Inside was a child's diary with a faded blue cover, a small hairbrush with blonde strands still caught in the bristles, and a plastic hospital bracelet bearing the name Emma Blackwood and a date from 1983. Rachel's hand instinctively went to her pregnant belly. The diary's first entry, written in the same childish script as the wall, was dated September 18, 1983. "Dear Diary, Mommy and Daddy brought me home today. They say I'm their special girl now, and I have to be very quiet. I'm not allowed to go outside or talk to anyone. They say if I'm good, I can stay forever." The entries that followed documented 6 months in the life of a 7-year-old girl who increasingly referred to her bedroom as my prison. The final entry, dated March 27, 1984, simply read, "I tried to run away today. They caught me. They're so angry. They're coming upstairs now." Detective Sarah Morales of the Millfield Police Department received Rachel's call around 6 p.m. that evening. By 7 p.m., the quiet house on Sycamore Lane was surrounded by police vehicles and crime scene technicians. "We need to locate the Blackwoods immediately," Detective Morales told her partner after reading through Emma's diary. "And we need to find out everything we can about this little girl." Public records showed that Harold and June Blackwood had never registered as foster parents, nor had they ever reported a child living with them. Their retirement community in Florida confirmed they were current residents, but noted that Harold had been diagnosed with dementia the previous year and was now in memory care. June was still living independently in their apartment. A search of missing persons reports from 1983 turned up 3 cases matching Emma's description within a 200-mile radius. One of them, Emma Collins, age 7, reported missing from a shopping mall in Albany, New York, on September 17, 1983, seemed particularly promising. The case had gone cold despite extensive searches and media coverage. Detective Morales flew to Florida to interview June Blackwood, who initially denied any knowledge of a child named Emma. But when confronted with the diary and the hospital bracelet, the elderly woman's demeanor changed. "Harold always wanted a daughter," she finally said, her voice barely above a whisper. "We tried for years. After my third miscarriage, something in him broke. He became obsessed." According to June, Harold had spotted Emma alone at the mall while June was shopping in another store. He told the little girl that her mother had been hurt and sent him to bring her to the hospital. By the time June realized what had happened, Emma was already locked in the upstairs bedroom of their house. "I wanted to take her back to call the police," June claimed, tears streaming down her wrinkled face. "But Harold threatened to kill himself and me if I did. He made me help him. He made me pretend." "What happened to Emma?" Detective Morales asked. June's eyes went vacant. "She got sick in March, a high fever. Harold wouldn't let me take her to a doctor, said they'd ask too many questions. One night she just stopped breathing." Ground-penetrating radar located small remains buried beneath the concrete floor of the Blackwoods' garage, which had been poured in April 1984. DNA testing would later confirm the identity of Emma Collins, missing for 34 years. Harold Blackwood died in his sleep 3 days after June's confession, taking with him many of the answers that Emma's family had sought for decades. June Blackwood was charged with kidnapping and negligent homicide, ultimately accepting a plea deal in consideration of her age and cooperation. Rachel Winters never moved into the house on Sycamore Lane. She gave birth to a healthy daughter in January 2018 and named her Emma, after the girl whose story she had uncovered. The house stood empty again for many months before a developer purchased it, demolished the structure, and built 2 modern homes on the subdivided lot. But some neighbors claim that if you walk past the property late at night, you can sometimes hear the faint sound of a child's voice whispering, "They made me stay." Emma Collins' parents, now in their 70s, were finally able to lay their daughter to rest. At the funeral, Emma's mother placed the faded diary and hairbrush in the small casket alongside the remains. "We never stopped looking for you," she whispered, "and now, finally, you can go home." Meanwhile, in Rachel's new apartment across town, a mobile spins slowly above her baby's crib, circus animals dancing in gentle circles as her daughter sleeps peacefully below. Sometimes Rachel finds herself watching the shadows on the wall, remembering the girl who once whispered through layers of wallpaper, finally heard after all those silent years. Crime 6, the small town of Oak Ridge, nestled in northern Vermont, was the kind of place where residents rarely locked their doors. When 28-year-old Eliza Connor moved there in 2016, she loved that sense of community, the way the cashier at Murphy's Market remembered everyone's name, how neighbors would wave from their porches as you passed by. Eliza had grown up in Boston, where anonymity was the norm, and this change of pace felt like stepping into another world. Eliza worked remotely as a graphic designer, spending most days in her small apartment above the town's only bookstore. She was quiet but friendly, often volunteering at the local library on weekends. Those who knew her described a thoughtful woman with a distinctive strawberry-shaped birthmark on her left forearm, something she'd had since birth. She rarely covered it, considering it a unique part of her identity. Her routine was predictable: coffee at home each morning, work until late afternoon, then a walk around town before dinner. Mondays were grocery shopping days at Murphy's Market. Her life in Oak Ridge was ordinary but fulfilling, until October 12th, 2019. That particular Monday began like any other. Eliza finished work around 4, grabbed her reusable shopping bags, and walked the 4 blocks to Murphy's. The air was crisp with autumn. Red and orange leaves drifted across the sidewalk as she made her mental shopping list. She spent about 20 minutes inside, chatting briefly with the owner's daughter who was working the register. It was what happened next that would change everything. As Eliza exited the store, juggling her grocery bags, a man approached her. Later, she would describe him to police as unremarkable, average height, brown hair, maybe in his 50s, wearing a navy jacket. Nothing about him triggered any alarm. He stepped toward her with a polite smile. "Excuse me," he said. "I believe this belongs to you." He extended his hand, holding what appeared to be a small photograph. Confused but not concerned, Eliza shifted her grocery bags and accepted it. Before she could respond, the man turned and walked away, disappearing around the corner of the building. Eliza looked down at the photo in her hand. It was an old Polaroid of a baby, perhaps 6 months old, lying on a blue blanket. The infant was smiling at the camera. And there, clearly visible on the baby's left arm, was a strawberry-shaped birthmark identical to her own. She turned the photo over. Written in neat, precise handwriting were 5 words: "I never stopped looking for you." Eliza later told investigators that she stood frozen outside the market for nearly 10 minutes, staring at the photograph. The baby in the picture couldn't be her, and yet the birthmark was unmistakable. She had seen her own baby photos. Her parents had an entire album. None looked like this. When she finally returned to her apartment, she called her mother in Boston. "Mom," she asked, "do you remember any photos of me as a baby on a blue blanket? A Polaroid, maybe?" Her mother didn't recall such a photo. When Eliza described the encounter and the birthmark on the baby, there was a long silence on the line. "Eliza," her mother finally said, "come home this weekend. We need to talk about something." 3 days passed before Eliza could drive to Boston. 3 days during which she scanned every face in Oak Ridge, looking for the man from the market. 3 days of staring at the photo, trying to make sense of it. 3 nights of disturbed sleep, waking repeatedly to check that her door was locked. What her parents revealed that weekend in their Boston home would unravel everything Eliza thought she knew about herself. They weren't her biological parents. They had adopted her as an infant, a private adoption arranged through a lawyer who has since passed away. They had been told her birth mother had died in childbirth and there was no father in the picture. The adoption papers were minimal, providing almost no background information. "We were going to tell you when you turned 18, her father explained, his voice breaking. "But you were going through so much after your accident that year, and then it never seemed like the right time." The accident he referred to was a car crash that had left Eliza with a concussion and temporary memory issues during her senior year of high school. By the time she recovered fully, the moment for revelation had somehow passed, and her parents convinced themselves that the truth might only cause unnecessary pain. Eliza returned to Oak Ridge with more questions than answers. She filed a report with the local police about the strange encounter, showing them the photograph. Officer Marcus Daniels took the case, though he was skeptical about what crime, if any, had been committed. "Technically, the man didn't threaten you," he explained. "He didn't follow you home or make any demands. He gave you a photograph and left." But something about the case troubled Officer Daniels. Perhaps it was the calculated precision of the encounter. The man had known exactly who Eliza was, what she looked like, and where to find her. He had waited for a Monday when she would predictably be at the market. The department agreed to review security camera footage from businesses near Murphy's Market. The recordings showed the man approaching Eliza, just as she had described. However, prior to that moment, there was no sign of him on any camera. It was as if he had appeared out of nowhere specifically to deliver the photograph. 2 weeks after the encounter, a package arrived at Eliza's apartment. There was no return address, only her name written in the same precise handwriting from the photo. Inside was a small wooden box containing a silver baby rattle and a note, "You used to love this sound." Officer Daniels sent the package for fingerprint analysis, but it yielded nothing useful. The only prints belonged to Eliza and the postal worker who had delivered it. Eliza began to notice other things, a car that seemed to appear wherever she went, always parked just far enough away to make identification difficult. Sometimes she felt watched while taking her evening walks. Once she thought she saw the man from the market sitting in the town's small cafe, but when she looked again, the seat was empty. In November, she received another package. This time it contained newspaper clippings from 1991, the year of her birth. The articles detailed the case of missing infant Catherine Wallace, taken from her crib in a small town in New Hampshire, just 30 miles from Oak Ridge. The baby had a strawberry-shaped birthmark on her left arm. Despite an extensive investigation, Catherine was never found. Eliza took the clippings to Officer Daniels, who contacted the New Hampshire State Police to reopen the cold case. DNA testing was arranged to compare Eliza's genetic material with that of Margaret and Richard Wallace, the parents of the missing child. The weeks of waiting were the hardest. Eliza jumped at every sound, checked her locks repeatedly, and eventually moved temporarily into a local bed and breakfast where other people were always around. She dyed her hair, started wearing long sleeves despite the warm spring weather, and avoided her usual routines. The DNA results arrived in early January. Eliza was not Catherine Wallace. There was no genetic match with the Wallace family. It was both a relief and a new mystery. If she wasn't the missing Wallace baby, who was she? And who was the man who seemed convinced they shared a connection? The answer came from an unexpected source. A retired nurse named Helen Prescott saw Eliza's story when Officer Daniels, with Eliza's permission, took it to the local newspaper, hoping someone might recognize the man from the market. Helen had worked at a private birthing center that operated in the area during the early 1990s, a center that had closed amid rumors of ethical violations. She remembered a baby with a distinctive birthmark who was born to a teenage mother in 1991. The center's director had told the young mother that her baby died shortly after birth, but Helen had always suspected otherwise, especially after seeing adoption paperwork on the director's desk the following day. There were rumors, Helen told Officer Daniels, that some babies were being placed for adoption without the birth mother's consent, especially when the mothers were very young or vulnerable. This information led to the exhumation of records from the birthing center, many of which had been poorly preserved. Among them was a birth certificate for a baby girl born on April 18, 1991, to 16-year-old Melissa Harmon. The infant had a prominent vascular birthmark on left forearm. The death certificate, filed the same day, cited respiratory failure as the cause of death. When investigators located Melissa Harmon, now Melissa Wheeler, living in Michigan, she confirmed she had been told her baby died hours after birth. She had never seen the body, which the center claimed had been cremated as part of their standard procedure for infant deaths. DNA testing confirmed what the birthmark had suggested. Melissa Wheeler was Eliza's biological mother. But the mystery of the man from the market remained unsolved until Officer Daniels, reviewing staff records from the birthing center, found a photograph of its maintenance manager from 1990-1992, Thomas Harmon, Melissa's father. Thomas had disappeared shortly after his daughter gave birth, abandoning his wife and their other children. For years, family members assumed he had simply walked away from his responsibilities. The truth, as it emerged, was more complex. Thomas had suspected something was wrong with the center's practices. When his own grandchild supposedly died, he began investigating privately. What he discovered led him to believe his granddaughter was still alive, but by then she had disappeared into the adoption system. His search for her had consumed the next 28 years of his life. How he finally found Eliza, how he tracked her movements so precisely, these details he refused to fully explain when officers located him living in a small apartment just outside Oak Ridge. His only comment was, "I had to know she was okay before." Crime 7, she booked the last available room. The owner warned her not to open the adjoining door, it was nailed shut. But that night she heard breathing on the other side. In the morning, a note had been slipped under the door, "Thanks for letting me in." April in northern Oregon brought unseasonable rain that year. The kind that didn't pour so much as it persisted. A gray, endless drizzle that turned the Columbia River Valley into a blur of muted greens and grays. It was in this dreary backdrop that 28-year-old Eliza Mercer found herself pulling into the gravel parking lot of the Riverside Motel, a single-story establishment of fading blue paint and flickering neon that had likely seen its heyday sometime in the early 1980s. Eliza wasn't supposed to be there. She should have been 3 hours farther north in Seattle, where her sister was expecting her for dinner. But the combination of the relentless rain, poor visibility, and her own exhaustion after a 12-hour drive from Boise had convinced her to stop for the night. Just one night, she told herself, and she'd be back on the road by morning. The motel office smelled of cigarettes and pine-scented cleaner. Behind the counter stood a man in his 60s, with thinning gray hair and glasses that magnified eyes that had seen decades of travelers pass through. His name tag read Walter. He barely looked up from his crossword puzzle when the bell above the door announced Eliza's arrival. "Need a room?" he asked, his voice gravelly from years of smoking. "Yes, just for tonight," Eliza replied, wringing rainwater from her dark hair. Walter's weathered fingers tapped lazily at an ancient computer keyboard. "You're lucky. Got one room left. Number 17, end of the row." As he slid the key across the counter, a real metal key attached to a faded plastic tag, not the keycards most hotels used now, Walter added something that would later replay in Eliza's mind countless times. "Don't mind the door in the room," he said, his expression unchanged. "The one that looks like it connects to the next room. It's nailed shut from both sides, been that way for years." Eliza nodded absently, thinking nothing of it. Old motels often had adjoining rooms. Many were permanently sealed to create separate units. She paid in cash, signed the register, and headed back into the rain. Room 17 was exactly what she expected. A queen bed with a faded floral comforter, laminate furniture that had seen better days, and a bathroom with yellowing tile. The carpet felt slightly damp underfoot, though whether from humidity or poor cleaning was hard to tell. Eliza set her overnight bag on the bed and did what she always did in hotel rooms. She checked the locks, both on the main door and the bathroom, and pulled back the shower curtain, a habit formed from too many crime documentaries. Then she noticed the adjoining door Walter had mentioned. It was on the wall opposite the bed, painted the same off-white as the walls, but clearly visible. A simple doorknob, no deadbolt or chain, but around its frame, Eliza could see the heads of several nails driven into the wood at awkward angles. The paint around each nail was cracked and flaking, suggesting they'd been there for quite some time. Eliza ordered a pizza from the only place that delivered to the motel, took a hot shower, and settled in to watch whatever limited cable the motel offered. Outside, the rain continued its monotonous patter against the window. By 10:30, she was drifting off to sleep with the TV still playing faintly in the background. It was 2:17 a.m. when Eliza awoke. The room was dark except for the blue glow of the television, now playing infomercials with the sound muted. For a moment, she wasn't sure what had woken her. Then she heard it. Breathing. Slow, measured breathing that wasn't her own. In the dim light, Eliza's eyes fixed on the adjoining door. The breathing seemed to be coming from just on the other side. She lay perfectly still, hardly daring to breathe herself as she strained to listen. Yes, there it was again, unmistakable. The steady inhale and exhale of someone standing very close to the door. "Hello," Eliza called out, immediately regretting breaking the silence. The breathing stopped abruptly. For several long seconds there was no sound at all except the distant hum of the vending machine outside and the ever-present rain. Then, just as Eliza was beginning to think she had imagined it, there came a soft thud against the door. Not a knock, but the sound of something or someone leaning against it. Eliza reached for her phone on the nightstand and dialed 911, but didn't press call. Instead, she slowly got out of bed, grabbed her car keys, and moved toward the main door, never taking her eyes off the adjoining door. As she reached for the handle of the main door, she heard a sound that made her blood run cold. The distinct creak of a doorknob turning. The adjoining door's knob was rotating slowly, testing, but the nails held, and after a moment, the knob returned to its position. Eliza yanked open the main door and ran to her car, spending the rest of the night there with the doors locked, too terrified to return to the room but too exhausted to drive. When morning came, Eliza waited until she saw Walter open the office at 6 a.m. before approaching him. She explained what had happened, her voice shaking despite her attempts to remain calm. Walter's face remained impassive. "Room 18's been empty for months," he said flatly. "Nobody's stayed there since January." "Then who was on the other side of that door?" Eliza demanded. Walter shrugged. "Old buildings make noise, pipes settling foundation." Eliza didn't believe him for a second, but she needed to get back to her room to collect her belongings. Walter accompanied her, unlocking the door when Eliza confessed she'd left without the key. The room looked undisturbed, bed still rumpled from her hasty exit, her overnight bag still on the chair where she'd left it. But as Eliza gathered her things, she noticed something that hadn't been there before. A small piece of paper on the floor just in front of the adjoining door. A note written in neat, precise handwriting. "Thanks for letting me in." Eliza showed the note to Walter, whose face finally registered something other than indifference, a flicker of concern quickly masked. "Housekeeping must have left it," he muttered unconvincingly. Eliza checked out immediately and called the local police from the road. Officer Sarah Donovan took her statement with professional interest, but explained that without evidence of an actual break-in or crime, there wasn't much they could do. Still, something about Eliza's story bothered her enough that she decided to look into the Riverside Motel. What Officer Donovan discovered over the next few weeks became the foundation of an investigation that would eventually expose a pattern of disappearances along that stretch of highway. All women traveling alone, all last seen at various motels between Portland and Seattle. The Riverside Motel's records showed that room 18 had indeed been vacant, as Walter claimed. But the motel's maintenance logs, obtained through a search warrant, revealed something disturbing. The adjoining door between rooms 17 and 18 had been unsealed and resealed multiple times over the past 2 years. Each instance coincided with a solo female traveler staying in room 17. Further investigation revealed that Walter Gaines had no criminal record, but his son, Paul Gaines, 42, had served 5 years for stalking and breaking into a woman's apartment in 2013. Paul had been living in a small apartment behind the motel office since his release, ostensibly helping his father run the business. When police searched Paul's apartment, they found a box containing dozens of small personal items: a hair clip, a single earring, a bracelet, a tube of lipstick, trophies investigators believed taken from women who had stayed at the motel. They also found a set of master keys to all the rooms and a crowbar with paint residue that matched the adjoining doors. The working theory became clear. Paul would unseal the adjoining door when a woman traveling alone checked in, then reseal it afterward, collecting a small token from each encounter. But what exactly happened during those encounters remained unclear. None of the missing women had been found. Paul Gaines disappeared the day after Eliza's report. Walter claimed no knowledge of his son's whereabouts, maintaining that Paul had simply gone on one of his wilderness trips, something he apparently did periodically, sometimes for weeks at a time. 6 months later, hikers found Paul's body in the woods 20 miles from the motel. He had died from exposure, probably within days of fleeing. In his pocket was a small notebook containing dates and initials, meticulously recorded over a period of 4 years. The last entry was dated the night Eliza stayed at the Riverside Motel. Next to the date were her initials, EM, but unlike the other entries, which were simply crossed out, hers was followed by a question mark. Eliza Mercer was the only woman who got away. What saved her? Perhaps it was her vigilance, or maybe just luck waking at exactly the right moment. Or perhaps, as some investigators later speculated, the real horror wasn't what might have happened to her that night, but what had already happened to others before her. The Riverside Motel was condemned and demolished the following year. The land remains vacant, a gravel lot slowly being reclaimed by the persistent vegetation of the Columbia River Valley. But the investigation continues as authorities work to match the initials in Paul's notebook with missing persons reports from the region. As for Eliza, she no longer stays in motels. She drives straight through to her destination, no matter how tired she becomes. And she never sleeps with her back to a door, any door, even in her own apartment. Because sometimes the most terrifying truth isn't what comes through the door. It's not knowing what's already inside. Crime 8, it was buried just deep enough to avoid detection. Inside, school supplies, a bloodied hoodie, and a spiral notebook. On the last page, in all caps, "If you're reading this, he let you go." The discovery came 3 years after 15-year-old Maya Whitfield disappeared from Pine Ridge, Minnesota. a small town where the winters stretched long and conversations about the missing girl had grown shorter with each passing month. The treehouse belonged to the Hendersons' son, who had moved away to college 2 summers ago. Their new puppy, a chocolate lab named Cooper, had developed a fascination with digging in that particular spot behind the weathered wooden structure. Maya had been the kind of teenager who collected friends like others collected souvenirs. Her mother, Alina, described her as sunshine on legs, always brightening rooms with her presence. She maintained a 3.8 GPA at Pine Ridge High, worked weekends at Meredith's Diner downtown, and volunteered at the local animal shelter whenever time allowed. Friends said she dreamed of becoming a veterinarian, had already started researching colleges with strong pre-vet programs. Her bedroom, preserved exactly as she left it, told the story of a normal teenage life. Polaroid photos taped to mint green walls captured camping trips and homecoming dances. A bookshelf overflowed with young adult novels and veterinary textbooks borrowed from the town library. A calendar marked with volleyball practices, study sessions, and reminders to call her grandmother every Sunday. October 17th, 2021 began like any ordinary autumn Sunday. Maya's mother recalled the morning clearly. Her daughter had eaten blueberry pancakes, complained about an upcoming calculus test, and then announced she was going to study at her friend Amber's house. She packed her navy blue backpack with textbooks, a water bottle, and a phone charger. She wore her favorite gray hoodie, though the temperature had climbed into the mid-60s by noon. "Be back by 7, Alina had said, barely looking up from the newspaper. Maya nodded, grabbed her bike from the garage, and pedaled away. Alina would later describe this mundane moment as the last normal breath she ever took. 7 o'clock came and went. By 8, Alina had called Amber's house, only to learn that Maya had never arrived. By 9, she had called every friend in Maya's circle. By 10, she had filed a missing persons report with the Pine Ridge Police Department. By midnight, volunteers were already organizing search parties for the following morning. Officer Darren Michaels, then a junior member of the department, was first to respond to the Whitfield residence. In his official report, he noted that there were no signs of struggle in the home, no indication of family conflict, and no reason to believe Maya had run away. Her passport remained in her desk drawer. Her savings account, containing $742 earned from her diner job, showed no recent withdrawals. Her bike was found abandoned near Bellamy Creek, a popular shortcut between her home and Amber's house. The first 48 hours yielded few leads. Maya's phone last pinged near the creek but was never recovered. Security cameras from the hardware store a quarter-mile away had captured her biking alone, headphones in, appearing relaxed and unhurried. No one reported seeing any suspicious vehicles or strangers in the area. By day 3, state police had joined the investigation. Maya's disappearance dominated local news, her school photo appearing on flyers taped to every storefront window in Pine Ridge. Classmates organized vigils. Teachers described her as irreplaceable. The community rallied around Alina, a widow who had raised Maya alone since her husband's death from cancer when Maya was just 7. As weeks passed, the investigation broadened. Detectives interviewed Maya's teachers, her boss at the diner, even customers who had regularly sat in her section. They examined her computer, finding nothing beyond typical teenage conversations and research on veterinary programs. They questioned her ex-boyfriend, Jason Mitchell, who had moved on to date another girl, but maintained he had nothing but fond memories of Maya. The case grew cold as winter descended on Pine Ridge. Snow covered the ground where search parties had once combed for evidence. By spring, the flyers had weathered and faded. Alina refused to leave town despite her sister's pleas to start fresh elsewhere. "She'll come home," Alina insisted. "She needs to know where to find me." The following summer, Pine Ridge experienced record-breaking heat. The creek where Maya's bike had been found dried to a trickle. The forest surrounding it became a tinderbox of brittle pine needles and parched underbrush. Fire warnings were issued daily. The Henderson family, whose property backed up to those woods, watched anxiously as smoke from distant wildfires tinted the horizon orange. Their son Tyler, 19 and home from his sophomore year at the University of Minnesota, spent his days reinforcing the family's defensible space, clearing brush, watering the perimeter, preparing for possible evacuation. The treehouse, built by his father when Tyler was 8, stood at the edge of their yard. It had become rickety with age, its wooden steps warped from years of rain and sun. "I should probably tear it down," Tyler's father had mentioned one evening over dinner. "It's just collecting pine needles anyway." Tyler had felt a sudden, inexplicable protectiveness toward the childhood structure. "Let me fix it up instead," he'd offered, "for nostalgia's sake." The heat wave broke in early August. A gentle rain fell for 3 days straight, softening the earth and reviving the parched landscape. The Hendersons adopted Cooper shortly after, a rambunctious 8-week-old puppy who took immediate interest in the recently dampened soil behind the treehouse. "He just wouldn't stop digging in that one spot," Diane Henderson later told investigators. "We'd fill it in, and he'd be right back at it the next day. We thought maybe it was a rabbit den or something." On August 17, 2022, exactly 10 months after Maya's disappearance, Cooper's persistent digging unearthed a corner of navy blue fabric. Tyler, home alone while his parents attended a neighbor's anniversary party, investigated. What began as idle curiosity quickly turned to horror as he realized what the puppy had found. The navy backpack was caked with mud but otherwise intact. Tyler, hands trembling, called the police immediately. Officer Michaels, now Detective Michaels, arrived within 15 minutes. The backpack was carefully excavated and documented before being opened. Inside were Maya's calculus textbook, her water bottle, and her phone charger, all items her mother had reported her taking that Sunday morning. Beneath these normal possessions lay her gray hoodie, stained with what laboratory tests would later confirm as Maya's blood, and at the bottom of the bag, a spiral notebook that didn't belong to her. The notebook contained no name, no school subject, no identifying information on its covers. The first 60 pages were blank. Only the last page held writing the chilling message scratched in heavy black ink: "If you're reading this, he let you go." The investigation, which had been relegated to occasional review meetings, suddenly reactivated with full force. Forensic teams descended on the Henderson property, though they found no evidence suggesting the family had any connection to Maya's disappearance. The burial site of the backpack was determined to be accessible from a seldom-used trail behind their property, one that connected to various parts of the community, including Bellamy Creek. The notebook yielded few forensic clues. The paper was common, available at any department store. The pen used was a standard black ballpoint. No fingerprints were recovered aside from Tyler's and partial prints belonging to Cooper's wet paws. The handwriting analysis suggested it was written by someone in distress. The letters were pressed deeply into the paper, some nearly tearing through, but could not determine age or gender of the writer. Most disturbing was the message itself. "If you're reading this, he let you go." The implication hung heavy over Pine Ridge. Had there been other victims? Was Maya one of many? Was she still alive somewhere, or had she never been let go? The discovery prompted a wider search. The authorities reopened missing persons cases from neighboring counties, looking for patterns or similarities. They reviewed security footage from businesses along all potential routes between the Whitfield home and the Henderson property. They re-interviewed everyone in Maya's life, searching for any detail that might have seemed insignificant before but could now hold meaning. Jason Mitchell, Maya's ex-boyfriend, was questioned more aggressively this time. His alibi for the day of her disappearance, that he had been at a hockey tournament in Minneapolis, was verified through photos, videos, and witness statements. Each potential lead ultimately led nowhere. The blood on the hoodie told its own troubling story. Analysis showed it had been spilled while the garment was being worn, with patterns suggesting Maya had suffered a head wound. The amount of blood, while concerning, was not necessarily fatal. There was no way to determine when the injury occurred in relation to her disappearance. For Alina Whitfield, the discovery of the backpack brought both renewed pain and a strange form of validation. For months, people had started to look at me like I was crazy for believing she might still be alive, she confessed during a community meeting held at Pine Ridge High's gymnasium. Now everyone knows something happened to her. Someone took her. This wasn't just a runaway case or a teenage rebellion. The message in the notebook spawned numerous theories. Some believed it was written by Maya herself, perhaps as a warning to others. Some thought it might be a signature of sorts, a predator's calling card. Others wondered if it was a message from another victim, someone who had encountered the same person responsible for Maya's disappearance but had somehow escaped. Winter came again to Pine Ridge. The investigation continued but yielded few new insights. The community held a remembrance ceremony on the one-year anniversary of Maya's disappearance. Alina spoke briefly, her voice steady despite her grief. "Whoever you are," she said, addressing the unknown person responsible, "I want you to know that I will never stop looking for her. Never." In April of 2023, 18 months after Maya vanished, a hiker discovered a shallow grave 50 miles north of Pine Ridge. The remains were those of a teenage girl, but dental records confirmed it was not Maya. The victim was identified as Claudia Reeves, a 16-year-old who had gone missing from her home in Lakewood County 2 years before Maya's disappearance. Her case had received less attention, attributed to her history of running away and family instability. Investigators found no physical evidence connecting the two cases, but the similarities were difficult to ignore. Both girls had disappeared on Sundays. Both had been heading to a friend's house. Both cases lacked witnesses or signs of struggle. The discovery of Claudia's remains shifted the investigation yet again. Had the message in the notebook been referring to multiple victims? Was there a pattern that investigators had missed? Was Maya, perhaps, still alive somewhere while others had not been so fortunate? To this day, Maya Whitfield remains missing. The backpack buried beneath the treehouse stands as the last confirmed trace of her existence. The notebook's message continues to haunt Pine Ridge, a community forever changed by the absence of a girl who once brought sunshine into every room she entered. Alina still lives in the same house, the porch light perpetually illuminated. "It's so she can find her way home," she explains to new neighbors. She has become an advocate for missing children, establishing a foundation in Maya's name that helps fund investigations and support families experiencing similar nightmares. The treehouse on the Henderson property was eventually dismantled, the wood repurposed into benches for a memorial garden at Pine Ridge High School. Cooper, now a full-grown dog, no longer digs in that spot behind where it once stood. But sometimes, when the wind blows just right through the pines, residents swear they can hear whispers, reminders of the secrets still buried beneath the surface of their quiet town. And somewhere, perhaps, a man who keeps girls carries on, confident that his message remains more a mystery than a clue, his identity protected by the very fear his words were designed to instill. If you're reading this, he let you go. But he never let Maya go, at least not yet. Crime 9, in the quiet suburb of Oak Ridge, Connecticut, Sarah Levine's life followed a predictable rhythm. A 32-year-old librarian with chestnut hair and kind eyes, she lived alone in a modest 2-bedroom house that she had inherited from her grandmother. Every morning she would wake at 6:15, make a cup of Earl Grey tea, and sit on her porch watching the neighborhood come to life. Neighbors described her as gentle, somewhat reserved, but always friendly. The kind of person who remembered birthdays and watered your plants when you were away. Sarah had moved to Oak Ridge 5 years earlier, after a divorce that friends said had left her wanting a fresh start. Her ex-husband, Daniel, had remained in Boston, and they rarely spoke. In Oak Ridge, Sarah had gradually built a life centered around her work at the local library, her small garden, and a close circle of friends who gathered for dinner every other Friday. She was someone who found joy in simple things, recalled Emma Carter, Sarah's colleague at the library. The arrival of new books would light her up like Christmas morning. She'd stay late organizing displays, making sure each book would find its reader. February 17th, 2023 began like any other winter Friday for Sarah. Security footage from the library showed her arriving at 8:47 a.m., wearing her usual navy blue coat and carrying a travel mug of tea. Throughout the day, she helped patrons, cataloged new arrivals, and chatted with Emma about plans for the weekend book fair. At 5:12 p.m., cameras captured her leaving the building, smiling as she waved goodbye to the security guard. That evening, Sarah had plans to host the bi-weekly dinner with her friends. Emma arrived first at 6:45 p.m., bringing a bottle of Merlot. She knocked on Sarah's door but received no answer. The lights were on inside. Sarah's car, a blue Honda Civic, was parked in the driveway. "I remember thinking maybe she was in the shower," Emma later told Detective James Harmon. "So I called her cell. I could hear it ringing inside the house." When the other two friends arrived, Michael Simmons and his wife Diane, they all became concerned. It wasn't like Sarah to forget their standing dinner plans, and even less like her not to answer her phone. After 30 minutes of knocking and calling, Michael used the spare key Sarah had given him for emergencies to enter the house. The scene inside presented a peculiar tableau that would confuse investigators for months to come. The dining table was set for 4 people. A pot of pasta sauce simmered on low heat on the stove. Sarah's phone lay on the kitchen counter, showing 7 missed calls. Her purse sat on the entryway bench. Nothing appeared disturbed or out of place. But Sarah was nowhere to be found. In the bathroom, the friends discovered a toothbrush on the floor. The medicine cabinet mirror was slightly ajar. A small amount of water pooled in the sink basin. Most disturbing of all, tiny droplets of what forensics would later confirm was blood speckled the white porcelain. It wasn't much blood, Detective Harmon would explain in his case notes. Just enough to indicate something happened, but not enough to suggest serious injury. The friends called the police at 7:32 p.m. Officers arrived within 11 minutes. They conducted a thorough search of the property but found no signs of forced entry, no evidence of a struggle beyond the bathroom scene, and no immediate indication of where Sarah might have gone. One detail stood out to Detective Harmon when he arrived at 8:15 p.m. Sarah's winter boots were still by the door, yet her coat was missing. The temperature outside was 29 degrees Fahrenheit. If she had left voluntarily, why would she take her coat but leave her boots? The investigation expanded quickly. Neighbors were interviewed. None reported seeing or hearing anything unusual that afternoon. Sarah's ex-husband Daniel was contacted in Boston, where he had been teaching a university class at the time of her disappearance, an alibi confirmed by multiple witnesses. Security cameras from nearby houses yielded nothing. Sarah hadn't appeared on any of them walking away from her home. It was as if she had simply vanished from inside her house. 3 days into the investigation, Emma remembered something that initially seemed trivial, but would later take on unsettling significance. A week before she disappeared, Sarah mentioned something strange about her bathroom mirror, Emma told Detective Harmon. She said sometimes when she looked in it, she thought she saw bruises on her neck that weren't really there. We laughed it off as tired eyes or weird lighting. Investigators returned to Sarah's bathroom and examined the medicine cabinet mirror more carefully. They found nothing unusual about the mirror itself, but behind it in the cabinet, they discovered a folded piece of paper with a series of numbers written in what handwriting analysis would confirm was Sarah's, 2/17/23, 6:20. The date was the day she disappeared. The time was approximately when she would have arrived home from work. On day 5 of the investigation, police received the first significant lead. Sarah's library card had been used at a small branch library in Millfield, a town about 40 miles from Oak Ridge. Security footage showed a woman with similar build to Sarah, wearing a coat like hers, but the image was too grainy to make a positive identification. The woman kept her head down, face obscured by the coat's hood. Detective Harmon and his partner drove to Millfield the same day. The librarian who had been working remembered the woman. She didn't speak, he recalled, just slid the card across the counter and then browsed the local history section for about 30 minutes before leaving. The book she had been examining covered the history of an old psychiatric hospital that had operated in Millfield from 1907 to 1964. The facility, known as Lakeside Sanitarium, had been demolished in the 1970s, but its cemetery remained, unmarked graves of unclaimed patients on a wooded hillside on the outskirts of town. Police searched the cemetery but found nothing connecting it to Sarah. However, when they expanded their investigation into historical records of Lakeside Sanitarium, they discovered something chilling. Among its patients in the 1950s was a woman named Eleanor Levine. Further research confirmed Eleanor had been Sarah's great-aunt, her grandmother's sister, committed to Lakeside in 1953 at age 27. The reason for her commitment was listed as delusional disorder and self-harm tendencies. Eleanor had died at Lakeside in 1957, officially from pneumonia. When investigators obtained Eleanor's medical records, they found repeated mentions of a specific delusion. Eleanor claimed that sometimes her reflection would move independently of her and would show injuries that weren't on her actual body. She reported her reflection would try to communicate with her. The lead detective called Sarah's mother, who lived in Arizona. She confirmed that Sarah had been named after her great-aunt, though the family rarely spoke of Eleanor. When pressed, she reluctantly shared that mental illness had touched several generations of women in their family. 2 weeks after Sarah's disappearance, another library card use was detected, this time in Burlington, Vermont. Again, security footage showed a woman matching Sarah's description, face obscured, coat collar pulled high. She had been researching local waterways. On March 8, 2023, a hiker found a navy blue coat matching Sarah's along the shore of Lake Champlain. In the pocket was Sarah's library card. Extensive searches of the lake and surrounding areas yielded no further evidence. As months passed, sightings of a woman resembling Sarah were reported in small libraries across New England, always researching local history, always keeping her face hidden. Each time police arrived too late. The case took its strangest turn in September 2023, when Emma was going through old books in the Oak Ridge Library. In a volume about New England folklore that Sarah had been cataloging before her disappearance, Emma found a handwritten note in Sarah's distinctive script. The reflection speaks when we aren't looking. It bleeds what we cannot see. Find me where the water mirrors the sky. Investigators followed this cryptic clue to bodies of water near each library where Sarah had been sighted. At a small pond near the fourth location, they found Sarah's reading glasses neatly placed on a flat rock by the water's edge. To this day, Sarah Levine remains missing. The investigation continues, but leads have grown cold. Emma visits Sarah's house every month to water the plants, convinced her friend will return. Detective Harmon keeps a copy of the case file on his desk, troubled by the gaps in logic, the impossibility of someone vanishing from inside their own home. Some nights he finds himself staring at his own reflection, wondering what Sarah saw in hers that made her write down that specific date and time. Wondering what happens in the moment when a person looks into a mirror and sees something looking back that doesn't quite belong to them. The Oak Ridge Library has placed a small memorial shelf in Sarah's honor. On it sits a framed quote she had pinned above her desk. Every story needs a reader to make it real. Her story remains unfinished, waiting for an ending that may never come. Story 10. The town held its secrets close, never uttering a word about the house standing at the edge of the woods. It loomed solitary, its windows darkened, the porch weary from the weight of time. No one laid claim to it, no one could recall its builder. Yet when a band of hikers strayed too near, they stumbled upon a chilling sight, names etched into the wooden walls, carved deep like ominous omens. And at the very end, fresh and untouched, a name unknown to all. Until a single voice quivered, whispering, "That name is mine." When the call came, it was the dead of night. Dispatch logged it as a routine trespassing issue. The voice on the line belonged to Mason Wright, the leader of the hikers who had uncovered his own name etched into the forsaken dwelling. The responding officers anticipated mere mischief, maybe a prank among companions, but what they encountered defied logic. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as nightfall draped the forest. Her flashlight pierced the darkness, revealing the aged front of the building. The names 27 in total ran vertically down the eastern wall. Some had faded into obscurity with time, blending with the weathered wood. Others remained sharp, as if freshly carved. And at the base, Mason Wright, the incision still redolent of sawdust. "I've never set foot here before," Mason declared, his breath materializing in the chilly air. "I cannot fathom how my name came to be known." The investigation commenced with thorough checks on each listed name. The findings sent shivers down the spines of the detective team. Every name belonged to an individual reported missing over the past 40 years. Some cases had grown cold, others remained open. But they all shared a chilling similarity: the vanished had been hiking alone. Forensic experts meticulously documented each carving, noting the varied depths, styles, and weathering effects. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, tied to a missing person case from 37 years back. Records detailed a young woman who journeyed into those very woods and vanished without a trace. Search parties discovered naught but a lone hiking boot beside a babbling brook. Detective Keller delved into Mason's background extensively. His narrative stayed unwavering. He harbored no connections to the area beyond that particular trek with 4 college comrades. They had selected the trail at random, guided by an online suggestion. No threads linked him to any of the other names adorning the wall outside. The focus turned to Mason's companions. Emily Chen, the group's photographer, provided snapshots taken throughout their hike. Upon scrutinizing the images, analysts noticed something unsettling: a blurred figure looming in the background of 3 distinct photos. A tall, slender shape, always partially obscured by trees. "We encountered no one else on our path," Emily asserted. "We would have remembered." Detective Keller sanctioned a search of the house's interior. The structure seemed deserted. Dust blanketed every surface. Furniture lay in disarray. However, in the basement, officers stumbled upon a disturbing tableau. Personal effects of the missing hikers sat arranged meticulously on wooden shelves. Watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each tagged with a name matching those on the exterior wall. Technicians meticulously catalogued every item. Beneath ultraviolet light, bloodstains emerged on the concrete floor, years of attempts at scrubbing them away. Ground-penetrating radar yielded no bodies hidden under the house, yet cadaver dogs exhibited repeated interest towards the back of the densely wooded property. As the inquiry intensified, Detective Keller observed peculiar behavior from Mason Wright. He began recounting eerie incidents: whispers outside his residence, fresh footprints leading to his door but not away, shadowy figures observing from the street. A patrol was assigned to safeguard him, yet Mason's paranoia burgeoned. The breakthrough surfaced when researchers unearthed land records buried in county archives. The abode had belonged to a recluse hunter named Victor Blackwood. Locals seldom glimpsed him, recounting brief encounters with an unsettlingly tall, gaunt man who shunned conversation. Blackwood vanished without a trace 15 years prior, his disappearance left uninvestigated. Detective Keller secured a warrant to delve further into the adjacent woods. The search party unearthed a series of rudimentary hunting blinds strategically stationed along popular trails. Inside one, they stumbled upon a journal brimming with meticulous observations, accounts of hikers, their paths, gear, and routines. The penmanship mirrored samples from the scant documents of Victor Blackwood. The journal entries grew increasingly unsettling over time. Initial pages detailed hunting methods for game. Subsequent entries depicted humans as prey, their behaviors, weaknesses, and strategies for harvesting. The final pages depicted elaborate narratives of stalking each individual on the wall, complete with detailed plans for selecting his victims. A manhunt for Blackwood mobilized across jurisdictions. Helicopters equipped with thermal imaging scoured the forest. Tactical units combed every crevice and cavern, yet the suspect remained elusive. Mason Wright ceased answering calls. Officers dispatched to his abode discovered it deserted, the rooms vacant. On his chamber wall, freshly carved, a single line read: "The hunter becomes the hunted." The quest for Mason persisted for weeks to no avail. Then, during a secondary scour of Blackwood's residence, forensic experts unearthed a chilling find. Concealed behind a faux wall in the basement, they uncovered a small workshop housing woodworking tools, containers of wood preservatives, and a freshly carved wooden piece bearing a new name not yet affixed to the external wall. Detective Keller recognized the name instantly. It belonged to the chief forensic examiner who had processed the dwelling during the initial investigation. The examiner had called in sick that day and remained unreachable by phone. Authorities erected a continuous surveillance perimeter around the house. Cameras monitored every approach. Sensors detected any intrusions. The trap was set. 3 nights later, sensors sounded the alarm. Surveillance footage captured a figure emerging from the woods, impossibly tall and slender, moving with unnatural grace. The figure strode towards the house directly, seemingly unperturbed by the surveillance. As tactical squads closed in, the cameras momentarily lost connection. When the feed resumed, the figure had vanished. To this day, the house remains under constant watch. Mason Wright and the forensic examiner were never located. The investigation persists, with additional resources allocated as similar vanishings surface in other wooded regions. The names on the wall have become infamous among law enforcement. Some officers refuse to speak them aloud, others shun the case entirely. And local hikers skirt around the house, fearful that merely mentioning it might add their names to that grim list, the names unspoken by all. Story 11. The new homeowners found it peculiar, the way the old intercom crackled late at night. A remnant from a bygone era, revamped but left in obscurity. Then one evening the husband, fueled by curiosity, pressed the button. A whisper crackled through the speaker. "Why did you come back?" Startled, he recoiled, hands trembling. His wife, standing behind him, murmured, "I never uttered those words." The Victorian manor stood amidst ancient oak trees, its aged façade masking the modernized interior. Daniel and Meredith Parker had acquired the property at a surprisingly affordable price, despite the real estate agent's uneasy demeanor during the tour. The intercom system, a vintage feature linking all rooms, had captivated the couple with a passion for history. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the estate, gravel crunching under her unmarked vehicle's tires. The call had hinted at a possible break-in, yet something in the dispatcher's tone hinted at a deeper tale. The tall figure of Daniel Parker met her at the door, his pallid complexion visible even in the faint glow of the porch light. "It all began with the intercom," he narrated, guiding Detective Reeves through the grand foyer. "Initially just static, then whispers, then complete sentences. My wife thought I was imagining things until she heard it too." In the living room, Meredith sat stiff on an antique sofa, hands clenching a steaming mug left untouched. "We stumbled upon something behind the wall," she stated abruptly. Daniel wanted to expand the kitchen pantry, and when he tore down the drywall, her voice faltered. Concealed behind the wall, wrapped in deteriorating plastic, they had unearthed a small leather-bound journal. Detective Reeves donned gloves before delicately opening its fragile pages. The script, graceful yet frantic, belonged to a woman named Alina, the apparent former owner. The entries chronicled her escalating suspicion that her spouse Vincent plotted her harm. The last entry was 30 years ago, Daniel elucidated. After that, silence. The previous owners mentioned they bought it from an elderly man who relocated to a retirement community. The investigation disclosed that Vincent and Alina Blackwood had indeed resided in the house. Property records indicated Vincent sold the house shortly after Alina purportedly left him. No divorce, no change of address, no financial activities in Alina's name post the final journal entry date. Detective Reeves mobilized a team to thoroughly inspect the property. Ground-penetrating radar unveiled anomalies beneath the garden shed's concrete foundation. As investigators breached the decades-old concrete, the truth emerged in the form of human remains. Forensic analysis confirmed the skeleton belonged to a woman in her 40s, showing signs of blunt force trauma to the skull. A gold wedding band found with the remains bore an inscription, "To Alina, my eternal love." The case against Vincent Blackwood swiftly solidified. Now elderly and residing in a care facility, his faculties were intact enough to grasp the charges against him. Confronted with the evidence, his response sent shivers down even the seasoned detective's spine. She wouldn't cease her chatter, Vincent uttered, his voice unsettlingly calm. Always speaking through that accursed intercom, monitoring me, interrogating me. I disconnected it, but she rewired it herself. Claimed she wished to always reach me wherever I was in the house. He glanced up, eyes vacant. I just craved silence. During his admission, Vincent disclosed how he meticulously crafted the narrative of Alina deserting him, even sending postcards to neighbors from different locales, penned in forged handwriting. He had inhabited the house for years thereafter, walking daily over the concrete where his wife lay buried. The trial was brief, with Vincent pleading guilty to murder. The presiding judge noted the premeditated nature of the crime and the decades of deceit that ensued. Daniel and Meredith eventually sold the house, unable to stay after uncovering its grim past. Before departing, they held a memorial for Alina in the restored garden post-investigation. The intercom system was removed during renovations by the subsequent owners. Workers reported hearing static and whispers during the extraction process, attributing it to their power tools interference. Detective Reeves revisited the Blackwood case file one final time before its archival. As she shut the manila folder, she pondered how the house itself seemed to transcend time to unveil its secret. Justice had finally caught up with Vincent Blackwood, courtesy of Alina finding a means to make herself heard. The case became renowned among local law enforcement as the house that answered back. Occasionally, Detective Reeves would pass the property on her way home. She never halted, but she'd slow down, windows slightly ajar, listening for whispers carried by the breeze. Story 12. The ancient chest lay hidden beneath layers of forgotten clutter in the attic, a relic abandoned by the previous inhabitants of the house. Within its time-worn confines were faded snapshots, capturing moments of joy and togetherness from birthdays and family gatherings, harmless scenes of the past. Harmless, that is, until she reached the final photograph. In that picture, taken in her own living room, the familiar couch and curtains bore witness to a family she did not recognize. And lurking in the shadows of the hallway behind them stood a figure, a man, watching silently. Rebecca shivered as she examined the chilling image, her fingers trembling ever so slightly, causing the edges of the photograph to quiver. The family in the photograph, a woman with honey-blonde locks, a bespectacled man, and two children, smiled obliviously at the camera, unaware of the ominous presence just a few steps away. Frozen in a moment of happiness, they were blissfully ignorant of the danger that loomed nearby. Descending the creaking wooden stairs, Rebecca felt the weight of the house pressing in on her, suffocating her with its emptiness. Placing the photograph on the kitchen counter, she scrutinized it under the harsh glare of the fluorescent light. The eerie resemblance between her home and these unknown faces was undeniable. The archway, the ornate molding, the bay window basking in the morning light. This was her sanctuary, yet these strangers had made it their own. A weathered detective, clad in a worn leather jacket that whispered of past investigations, arrived on the scene. Detective Morgan's sharp eyes missed nothing as he studied the photograph with a methodical gaze. Running a gloved finger along the edge of the Polaroid, he turned it over to find a blank back. "What do you know about the previous owners, the Nelsons?" Morgan's voice rumbled low. Rebecca confessed very little. They had already moved out when I bought the house. Nodding thoughtfully, Morgan requested, "May I borrow this? Our team might be able to identify the family in the photo." The investigation commenced quietly. Rebecca delved into the history of the house's previous occupants, tracing back through the Nelsons to the Crawfords and the Mornos. Detective Morgan painstakingly combed through property records, interviewed former neighbors, and pieced together a timeline of residents. A breakthrough arrived unexpectedly. A retired mail carrier recognized the family in the photograph as the Sutherlands. They vanished without a trace, he affirmed. Just disappeared one day, leaving everything behind. 4 people gone without a trace, no forwarding address, no paper trail. It was as if they had evaporated into thin air. Forensic analysis dated the photograph to 15 years prior. The technician pointed out subtle details, the suspended dust motes, the unnatural stillness of the subjects. This was taken with a self-timer, she elucidated. They were posed deliberately. But if the Sutherlands had set up the camera, who was the mysterious figure in the hallway? Enhanced imaging unveiled more about the enigmatic presence. Tall male, dressed in dark attire. His face remained obscured, but his intent gaze bore into the viewer. He seemed at ease, as though he belonged there, as though he had every right to inhabit that space. Detective Morgan uncovered a disturbing pattern. Before the Sutherlands, another family had resided in the house for precisely a year before vanishing, and before them, another. 5 families over 5 years, all disappearing without a trace after 1 year of residency. Rebecca had been in the house for 4 months. As the investigation delved deeper, historical building records emerged. The house had been designed by a respected architect, but the original project manager had vanished before completion. His replacement, Samuel Whitfield, had finalized the construction. A single photograph of Whitfield, a gaunt man with piercing eyes, was discovered in police archives. When digitally aged and compared to the figure in the Polaroid, the resemblance was uncanny. However, Samuel Whitfield had reportedly perished in a construction accident shortly after the house's completion, his body lost in the ruins of another site. The basement became the focal point of the inquiry. Ground-penetrating radar unveiled anomalies beneath the concrete floor, strange fluctuations in density. When the jackhammers breached the surface, a putrid stench assailed their senses. Beneath layers of soil and concrete, they unearthed the missing families, each one perfectly preserved as if frozen in time. Among their possessions was a camera, the very camera that had captured the chilling snapshot in the attic, and alongside it, numerous other photographs, each portraying a different family, each smiling as a shadowy figure loomed in the background. The house was cordoned off as a crime scene. Rebecca would never set foot inside again. As investigators meticulously cataloged the evidence, they stumbled upon a concealed crawlspace in the attic, concealed behind a false panel. Inside lay a small cot, photography equipment, and a journal brimming with meticulous observations of the families who had resided there. The final entry, dated a mere 3 days prior, read, "The new one is different. She discovered my photograph too soon. I must expedite my plans." Under police protection, Rebecca sought refuge in a hotel. One restless night, a call roused her from uneasy slumber. On the line, only the sound of breathing, then a click, followed by the mechanical whir of a Polaroid camera ejecting a photo into the darkness. The investigation continues to this day. The house remains silent, its windows shrouded in shadows, concealing untold secrets. Samuel Whitfield, if that was his real name, remains elusive. Some speculate he perished long ago, while others insist he merely relocated, assuming a new identity in a new abode. And somewhere in a dimly lit room, photographs develop, capturing new families, new dwellings, new watchers in the shadows. One thing is certain. Those who seek the truth about the man in the photograph now find themselves under scrutiny, their every move observed by unseen eyes. Story 13. As she crossed the threshold, A gentle gust of dust danced in the stillness of the abandoned house, swirling in the stagnant air. Years of neglect had draped the furniture in ghostly sheets, the peeling walls whispering tales of forgotten memories. Each step she took felt like a frozen moment in time, a surreal journey into the past that held a peculiar mystery. But amidst the eerie stillness, a curious anomaly unfolded before her eyes. Doors, countless doors, scattered throughout the house like silent sentinels, each one beckoning her with a promise of exploration. Yet to her bewilderment, every door she opened led her back to the same parlor, as if trapped in a loop of endless corridors. No matter which handle she turned, no matter where she ventured, the path always circled back to the beginning. The only escape seemed to be retracing her steps, but when she turned to leave, the front door had vanished, leaving her stranded in a labyrinth of rooms that defied logic. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's lifeless body transformed the once abandoned Victorian into a chilling crime scene, shrouded in a veil of darkness and mystery. Detective Sarah Lind stood at the threshold, her gaze tracing the movements of forensic technicians who moved through the shadows like specters, unraveling the secrets hidden within the walls. The house, once a mere whisper in local folklore, now held secrets far more sinister than mere tales. Initial examination indicates a time of death approximately 3 days ago. The medical examiner's hushed voice pierced the silence. The cause appears to be asphyxiation. Morgan, found seated in an antique chair in the parlor, her expression serene, her hands folded with an unsettling calm. No signs of struggle, no traces of violence, just a haunting stillness that gripped the seasoned investigators with a sense of unease. "Who discovered the body?" Lind inquired, her voice barely above a whisper, her eyes scanning the dimly lit room. "A real estate agent showing the property," her partner replied. They stumbled upon her sitting there as if waiting, a ghostly figure frozen in time. The house had stood empty since the passing of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, a place forgotten by time, left to decay in the shadows of neglect and obscurity. Morgan Pierce, a young scholar of 26, intrigued by architectural anomalies and hidden truths, had ventured into the depths of the abandoned Victorian in pursuit of knowledge. Her friends spoke of her meticulous nature, her insatiable curiosity for spaces that defied conventional understanding. The house, with its reputation for ensnaring wanderers in its twisted reality, had lured her in with its enigmatic charm. Her roommate reported her missing 2 days prior, Lind murmured, tracing the lines of her notes. Morgan spoke of visiting the house where people get lost for her research. The investigation unveiled a trail of visits made by Morgan to the house in the weeks leading up to her demise. Her journal entries painted a picture of strange echoes, chilling drafts, and doors that led to ever-shifting chambers with each turn of the handle. In her final words, she spoke of capturing the elusive anomalies with specialized equipment that had now vanished without a trace. The autopsy unveiled a peculiar detail, a rare alkaloid found in Morgan's system, a substance linked to ancient rituals and altered states of consciousness. She wasn't one to indulge in recreational substances, her boyfriend defended, his voice tinged with disbelief. Morgan was devoted to her research, unwavering in her dedication to unraveling the mysteries that eluded others. Digital breadcrumbs led to deleted conversations on Morgan's phone, exchanges with a mysterious figure who shared her fascination with the house, someone who whispered of hidden truths and ancient whispers. "The house remembers all that transpired within its walls," one message echoed. "It yearns for revelation, for someone to understand its hidden language." The investigation honed in on Adam Reeves, an expert in architectural enigmas, whose connection to Morgan ran deeper than mere scholarly interest. Reeves, a man haunted by the shadows of the past, spoke of the house with a reverence tinged with fear. The architect wove allusions into the very fabric of the house, he divulged. Morgan sensed a presence beyond mere design, a force that transcended the boundaries of perception. But his alibi held firm, a lecture delivered miles away during the crucial hours of Morgan's passing. A breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source, a descendant of a leaner Blackwood, bearing the weight of a dark family secret. My kin were claimed by the house one by one, he confessed. Each found lifeless in the parlor, their faces serene as if touched by an unseen hand. Journals dating back generations spoke of a curse that haunted the Blackwood bloodline, a curse that whispered of the claiming, a fate sealed within the walls of the Victorian. A hidden compartment behind the parlor fireplace unveiled a chamber of relics from distant lands, a tapestry of cultures woven into a tapestry of ancient whispers. Among them, a deity of liminal spaces, a guardian of thresholds between worlds, its gaze fixed upon the interplay of light and shadow. The residue on the artifacts matched the traces found in Morgan's body, linking her fate to a realm beyond mortal understanding. The shadows of the past cast a haunting light on the present, as forensic analysis revealed the presence of another during Morgan's final moments. Partial prints alien to known visitors adorned the doorways like spectral imprints, marking a presence unseen yet deeply felt. Weeks into the investigation, Adam Reeves joined Morgan in the realm of the departed, his form seated in silent repose, the same alkaloid staining his veins with a silent echo of the past. Clutched in his hand, a key that unlocked the hidden chamber, a gateway to the heart of the mystery that eluded the living. In his final testament, Reeves penned words of revelation, a confession of truths unearthed too late. The house does not bind you physically, his words echoed in the silence. It ensnares your perception, distorts your reality until escape becomes a distant dream. By the time you see the truth, the house has claimed you in ways beyond mortal ken. The case, a riddle wrapped in shadows, remains unsolved, a testament to the enigma that shrouded the Victorian in a cloak of whispers and half-truths. The house, now condemned and barred from entry, stands as a silent sentinel to the secrets that dwell within its walls. Yet whispers persist of lights flickering in the dead of night, of shadows that dance in the empty rooms, of visitors who vanish into the labyrinth of corridors never to return. Some say the house claims those who dare to unravel its mysteries, ensnaring them in a web of illusion and deceit. Others speak of ancient powers that slumber within its walls, waiting for the chosen few to awaken their dormant secrets. The truth, a fleeting specter in a house where doors lead to nowhere and time stands still, remains veiled in the mysteries of the night, a tale waiting to be whispered into the darkness. Story 14. In the quiet stillness of her bathroom, she lifted her hand to the foggy mirror, revealing her own reflection. Yet as her eyes met the glass, a subtle unease prickled at her senses. Her features appeared unchanged, her attire familiar, but a lingering disquiet settled within her, a sense of something amiss. A flicker of movement caught in the corner of her vision, a presence unseen but felt. Turning away, she expected her reflection to follow suit, but it remained fixed, an unwavering gaze that seemed to watch her every move. Thus began the enigmatic tale of Rebecca Thorne, unfolding in the mundane setting of her modest apartment nestled in a tranquil suburban enclave. Known for her meticulous nature and reserved demeanor, Rebecca led a solitary existence, her interactions limited to polite exchanges with neighbors. Her occupation as a data analyst tethered her life to a routine of order and precision, offering no hint of the perplexing mystery that would soon envelop her world. The initial signs were subtle, easily dismissed as mere forgetfulness. Objects inexplicably shifted within her living space, trivial displacements devoid of theft or damage. a mug relocated, books rearranged, a toothbrush out of place. Attributing these anomalies to fatigue from long hours immersed in data analysis, Rebecca overlooked the peculiar occurrences until they burgeoned into an unsettling pattern. When she finally sought assistance after enduring weeks of disquieting disturbances, Detective Marion Shaw was assigned to her case. Initially deeming it a matter for mental health professionals rather than law enforcement, Shaw cataloged Rebecca's concerns as she grappled with an intangible sense of intrusion within her sanctuary. The pivotal moment arrived with the chilling incident in her bathroom, recounted vividly during her subsequent interaction with the authorities. The security camera she had surreptitiously installed captured a harrowing truth, her image departing for work, only to witness an identical likeness entering her abode soon after. A perfect doppelganger, mirroring her movements with eerie precision, despite Rebecca being verified at her workplace across town. Dubbed a case of targeted mimicry, the investigation delved into the meticulous replication of Rebecca's routines by an unknown infiltrator. Forensics yielded no traces of an intruder, no foreign genetic markers to unravel the enigma. Neighbors remained oblivious to any peculiarities, attesting to Rebecca's solitary comings and goings, except for Mrs. Keller's unsettling encounter with a silent Rebecca, a precursor to the unfolding saga. As the anomalies escalated, Rebecca meticulously chronicled each intrusion into her existence. Unexplained alterations multiplied vanishing sustenance, unauthorized digital footprints, and unsettling self-portraits on her phone, capturing a distorted version of herself. Expressing her escalating distress to Detective Shaw, Rebecca voiced her mounting apprehension of a malevolent force intent on destabilizing her reality. A breakthrough emerged when a surveillance pattern was discerned in the mimic's incursions, coinciding with Rebecca's predictable absences for prearranged engagements. The semblance of a fixation emerged, a delusional obsession with assimilating Rebecca's identity entirely, a notion corroborated by a forensic psychologist versed in such rare psychological phenomena. The unsettling puzzle crystallized with Rebecca's revelation of a former colleague, Lily Winters, whose unsettling fixation on their perceived similarities culminated in a disturbing obsession. A court-sanctioned search of Lily's residence unveiled a chilling shrine dedicated to Rebecca, exposing a meticulous emulation of her existence down to the minutest detail. Upon confronting the evidence of Lily's deranged aspirations, Rebecca realized the gravity of her peril, a realization of being supplanted by an insidious shadow. Lily's abrupt disappearance postulated a chilling denouement, culminating in her seamless usurpation of Rebecca's identity, evading capture and plunging the investigation into a disquieting abyss. The chilling crescendo unfolded as a spectral specter of Rebecca was sighted within her former workplace, her likeness infiltrating the sanctum of her past life. The revelation dawned Lily had consummated her audacious coup, seamlessly assuming Rebecca's mantle while the authentic persona languished in seclusion. As the case lingered unresolved, Lily Winters eluded capture, her haunting presence lingering as a cautionary tale of stolen identities and vanishing selves. Rebecca Thorne, now cloaked in a new guise in a covert refuge, embraced a semblance of normalcy, forever altered by the insidious threat that had encroached upon her existence. Det Shaw, keeper of their intertwined destinies, pondered the duality of their shared visages, a haunting reminder of the fragility of identity and the depths of obsession. Peering into the photograph capturing their eerie resemblance, she contemplated the essence of selfhood, a fragile construct safeguarded against those who sought to unravel its sanctity. In the hushed corridors of law enforcement lore, Shaw imparted the chilling moral: the true dread lies not in mirroring appearances, but in the malevolent desire to obliterate one's essence in a twisted quest for assumed identity. The saga of Rebecca and Lily stood as a cautionary testament to the sanctity of self, a narrative shrouded in mystery and peril, where the boundaries of reality and illusion blurred into an ethereal realm of whispered secrets and stolen reflections. Story 15. In the quiet hush of night, the wooden plank yielded beneath her foot, a subtle shift that beckoned her curiosity. She knelt down, tracing her fingertips along the edges, sensing the hidden void beneath. The floor whispered secrets, urging her to uncover its concealed truths. With gentle precision, she lifted the boards, unveiling a shadowed, narrow cavity beneath the dwelling. At first, only dust and cobwebs greeted her gaze, but as her eyes adjusted to the dimness, shapes emerged from the darkness. A mattress, a solitary chair, and nestled in the corner, a weathered notebook adorned with her name scrawled repeatedly across its pages. Detective Morgan Reed stood stoically behind Sarah Coleman, observing as she peered into the abyss beneath her newfound abode. The fear etched in Sarah's eyes transcended mere surprise. It resonated with a deeper violation, an intrusion of malevolence into what should have been a sanctuary of new beginnings. Touch nothing further. Detective Reed's voice resonated calmly, yet resolutely through the stillness. Clicking on her flashlight, she bathed the hidden chamber in light, revealing walls plastered with surveillance photographs, snapshots of Sarah's daily routines, captured in eerie detail. A shrine of obsession concealed beneath the floorboards, a sinister testament to a clandestine watcher. Sarah had acquired the quaint cottage from the estate of Walter Green, an elderly recluse who had passed away, leaving no kin behind. The property had sat vacant for months before Sarah's arrival, its history shrouded in silence. The real estate listings had painted it as charming and ripe for renovation, omitting any hint of the sinister lurking beneath the surface. "I never met him, the previous owner," Sarah murmured, her voice barely a whisper. The neighbors spoke of his reclusive nature. "I was told the basement access had been sealed off long ago. That's what the inspection report had stated." The scene unfolded as crime scene investigators descended upon the cottage, their equipment clattering against the wooden floors. Methodically, they documented every detail, retrieving the mattress, the chair, and the ominous notebook from the hidden recesses. Forensic scrutiny unveiled a plethora of fingerprints, all belonging to the deceased Walter Green. However, it was the timeline painstakingly reconstructed by investigators that sent shivers down their spines. Records and dated photographs suggested Walter had fixated on Sarah for a span of at least 3 years before his demise, shadowing her every step unnoticed. The progression of fixation often escalates, the department psychologist mused during a debriefing. From fantasy to meticulous planning, the concealed chamber implies a preparation for something more direct. Detective Reed's inquiry took an unforeseen twist upon interviewing Walter's former colleague from the local shopping center maintenance staff. The man's demeanor betrayed unease, his fingers fidgeting with his wedding band throughout their exchange. Walter spoke of her occasionally, he confessed. Claimed she reminded him of someone. I assumed it was harmless infatuation. I never imagined. His voice trailed off, gaze fixed upon his hands. Reed obtained a warrant to probe Walter's workplace locker, left untouched posthumously. Within it lay a key unmatching any household locks. Tracing its serial number led them to a storage unit registered in Walter's name. The metallic door groaned open, revealing a meticulous replica of Sarah's former abode furniture, decor, even a mannequin donning a wig mirroring Sarah's hair. A calendar marked with a date, 1 week post Walter's demise, bore a circled day inscribed with a chilling proclamation: together. The investigation unveiled Walter's institutionalization in his youth due to an infatuation with a teacher, diagnosed with erotomania, a delusional fixation on a person who does not reciprocate the feelings. Released into society, Walter's obsession lay dormant until Sarah unwittingly ignited its flames. Spread across the conference table were crime scene photographs, a visual testament to Walter's distorted reality. In his mind, he believed in a destined connection between them, Reed explained solemnly. Could she have encountered him unknowingly, a trigger that set off his fixation? A fellow detective inquired. Reed shook her head. No evidence suggests such an encounter. Sometimes obsessions require the slightest spark, a passing smile, a lingering gaze. For an individual with his history, that could be enough. Sarah made the decision to relinquish the house, the specter of Walter's presence rendering it inhospitable. During the final walkthrough with her realtor, she stood in the living room, enveloped in her own arms. "I can't help but wonder what might have unfolded if he hadn't passed when he did," she murmured softly. "How long would I have dwelt here, oblivious to his watchful eye, unaware of the secrets hidden beneath my very feet?" With Walter's demise, the case concluded, deemed as stalking with intent to abduct, though the abduction never transpired. Sarah relocated far away, altering her routines, fortifying her privacy. Detective Reed sporadically checked on her, a silent acknowledgement of the peril she narrowly evaded. The cottage found new owners, oblivious to its shadowed past. The hidden chamber was sealed, the floorboards replaced, and life resumed its course. Yet for those privy to the truth, the tale of the hidden room beneath the floor served as a chilling parable, a cautionary reminder of unseen perils, of monsters who elude capture, and of victims who unknowingly teeter on the brink of their own demise. Story 16. The realtor's listing made no mention of a basement. The blueprints were devoid of any indication of its existence. Yet as the family unraveled the worn carpet, a concealed door emerged. A hefty, corroded handle beckoned. It required the strength of 3 to pry it ajar. A stifling, musty air greeted them, heavy with the aroma of moist soil. Descending steps disappeared into the shadows. Their anticipation of finding storage space turned to astonishment as they encountered a solitary chair beneath a swaying light bulb. Adorning the wall behind it, a sequence of photographs depicting them, images clandestinely captured from the heart of their own abode. The Mercer family had settled into the suburban abode during the frigid grasp of winter, when darkness enveloped early and skeletal trees loomed starkly against the icy heavens. The aged 2-story dwelling, with its weathered facade and groaning floorboards, possessed what they deemed character intertwined with a chronicle. Little did they foresee the depths of history harbored within the house, or the tumultuous collision it would have with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the property alongside her partner, the crime scene unit already cordoning off the area with fluttering yellow tape. Mrs. Mercer's tremulous voice over the phone had relayed the distressing discovery concealed beneath their living room floor. "We must document everything before anyone else ventures below," Connors instructed, slipping on latex gloves with seasoned dexterity. Camera flashes sporadically illuminated the stairwell as the forensic team meticulously documented the scene. The wooden steps groaned beneath their weight. The basement, petite in size akin to a standard bedroom, boasted concrete walls painted a drab gray. The solitary chair was anchored to the floor at the room's core. Overhead, the stark bulb cast sharp shadows, swaying gently in an unseen breeze. Yet it was the photographic chronicle that demanded attention. 37 pictures, meticulously arranged, in a chronological tapestry. These date back nearly 4 weeks, Connor's partner remarked, scrutinizing the timestamps inscribed on the reverse of the prints. Observe this one: Mrs. Mercer slumbering on the couch, Mr. Mercer seated at the kitchen table, the children in their respective chambers. The investigation unveiled no traces of forced entry, no shattered windows or tampered locks. The security system had remained undisturbed. Nothing had been pilfered. Only privacy had been violated, along with any semblance of security the family had harbored. Forensic analysis unveiled multiple fingerprints throughout the basement, most traced back to former proprietors of the dwelling. Records disclosed that the house had changed hands 6 times over the preceding decade, each family departing within a year, subsequently vending the property at diminishing prices. None had divulged the existence of a basement. "We must interview every former owner," Connors directed, perusing her notepad. The case grew increasingly disconcerting as they retraced the property's history. Discrepancies within the property documents emerged: blueprints revised between sales, permits submitted then retracted, inspection reports heavily redacted. A breakthrough materialized once they interrogated the contractor who had revamped the house 7 years prior. His countenance drained of color upon being shown photographs of the basement. "That chamber is non-existent," he maintained, hands trembling. "I stripped that place down to its foundation. There was no basement, no door, nothing beneath the living room save for soil and concrete." Digital forensics extracted data from the concealed memory card nestled within the light fixture. Numerous additional images adorned their evidence boards, not only of the Mercers, but of preceding families, offspring slumbering, parents disputing, intimate instances, mundane routines, all captured by an intruder who had no right to be there. The case plunged into a darker realm upon the recovery of audio files from a weatherproof box buried within the basement's recesses. Voice recordings of conversations held in the master bedroom, the kitchen, the living room. The audio quality hinted at sophisticated microphones surreptitiously stationed throughout the residence, though none were initially uncovered. "We must dismantle every wall," Connors directed, her tone taut with urgency. "Probe inside the air ducts, light fixtures, electrical outlets. The individual responsible for this has been surveilling these families for years." Discovered behind the photographic wall, investigators happened upon a narrow passageway leading to a modest monitoring station. A desk, a chair, a laptop wired to an array of wireless cameras. Journal, its pages brimming with fastidious observations of every family that had dwelt within the house. Their routines, their schedules, their disagreements, their vulnerabilities. The script mirrored the handwriting of the property's original architect, a man named Edward Kelvin. Reports indicated his demise during the house's construction, a detail that grew increasingly dubious as the inquiry unfolded. No official death certificate had ever been filed. No funeral arrangements orchestrated. Edward Kelvin had simply evaporated from public records. The concluding entries within the journal escalated in their erratic nature. Phrases like "they never glanced downward" and "they never discerned me" recurred incessantly. The ultimate page bore a lone sentence: "The subsequent family arrives tomorrow." Analysis of fingerprints corroborated what detectives had begun to suspect: Edward Kelvin had never vacated the house he had erected. He had merely retreated into its concealed recesses, constructing a labyrinth of vantage points from which to observe the families who erroneously believed they dwelled in solitude. The manhunt spanned 3 days. They discovered him huddled within a crawl space amidst the second-floor bedrooms, his physique lean and sinewy, acclimatized to navigating the narrow passages he had carved within the walls. His eyes blinked in the glare of the torch beams, unaccustomed to direct illumination. During interrogation, Kelvin spoke of the families as if they were characters in his personal drama. He delineated watching them with the detached impartiality of a scientist monitoring subjects. He had never physically engaged with them, never filched from them, never directly meddled in their lives. He had merely observed, recorded, documented. "They welcomed me in," he informed investigators, his voice soft and rational. "They affixed their signatures to the contracts. They became mine." The psychiatric evaluation concluded that Kelvin was afflicted by severe delusions, perceiving himself as the custodian of the house rather than an intruder. The families were transient lodgers in what he viewed as his enduring abode. The Mercer family never returned to the premises. Like those before them, they abandoned their possessions, salvaging solely what could fit within suitcases. The house stood vacant as the legal proceedings unfolded. The trial unveiled the extensive expanse of Kelvin's surveillance network, hidden chambers accessible solely through crawl spaces, observation points woven into the very fabric of the structure, all meticulously calculated prior to the laying of the initial brick. The residence had been devised from inception as an apparatus for observation, its inhabitants unwitting participants in Kelvin's fixated documentation. When the jury rendered their verdict, Kelvin evinced no reaction. He had already retreated into the architecture of his mind, where he could still traverse unseen through the passageways of the house that existed now merely in recollection. The property was eventually razed, the earth beneath it excavated and replenished. Yet, for the families who had dwelled within, the violation endured. They lingered, haunted not by what had been filched from them, but by what had remained concealed, watching, listening, recording their most intimate moments from within walls they had entrusted to safeguard them. Occasionally, in moments of tranquility, they discovered themselves casting glances toward air vents, light fixtures, the junctions where walls met ceilings, pondering if they were truly unaccompanied now, pondering if they had ever been. Story 17. The tale begins in a quaint costume shop, its doors closing for the final time as old inventory found new homes. Among the remnants of forgotten disguises, a lone woman reached for a mask perched upon a dusty shelf. Its features, delicate yet uncannily lifelike, captured her gaze. The cashier hesitated as she placed it on the counter, a flicker of unease crossing his face. "That's not ours," he muttered cryptically. Perplexed, the woman inspected the mask, only to find no identifying tag in sight. With a nonchalant shrug, she decided to claim it as her own and whisked it away to her abode. As the night draped its shadows over the world, a soft sound stirred the woman from her slumber, a whisper of fabric shifting in the darkness. Her heart quickened as she scanned the room, only to find the mask absent from its resting place on the dresser. Instead, it sat ominously on her nightstand, its gaze fixed upon her, unblinking and enigmatic. The woman, known as Catherine Reed, would later be discovered by her concerned neighbor. In the early light of dawn, the neighbor ventured over to return a borrowed book, only to be met with a chilling scene. The front door stood ajar, allowing the morning light to spill into the dim interior. Within the confines of the silent home, Catherine lay motionless on her bedroom floor, the mysterious mask nowhere to be found. Detective Morgan arrived at the scene, where the air hung heavy with unanswered questions. Shutters clicked rhythmically in the background as hushed voices mingled in the space. Examining the room, the detective noted the absence of forced entry, a detail that puzzled the attending officers. With a keen eye, the detective observed subtle nuances: a partially open drawer, a lipstick-stained water glass on the nightstand. Everything appeared ordinary, save for the lifeless form of Catherine, her expression frozen in terror. The medical examiner, his features grave, could offer no immediate explanation for Catherine's demise. No visible wounds marred her skin, no signs of a struggle evident. Gesturing towards her petrified visage, he remarked on the sheer horror etched into her features. The detective knelt beside the fallen woman, whispering in realization. Something frightened her to the brink of death. Catherine's life, as unveiled through interviews with colleagues, portrayed a woman immersed in the world of art appraisal. Known for her meticulous nature and unwavering dedication to authenticity, she possessed a discerning eye for detecting forgeries. Could this very talent have inadvertently led to her untimely end? A pivotal moment in the investigation emerged when security footage from the costume shop unearthed a perplexing interaction. The cashier's genuine confusion regarding the mask raised eyebrows, prompting a closer examination of its origins. Visiting the now desolate shop, the detective confronted the owner, who nervously divulged the mask's enigmatic history. This mask had materialized during a clearance sale, its origins shrouded in mystery. It had never been part of the shop's inventory, a fact that puzzled all who encountered it. The owner reluctantly confessed to sporadic occurrences of such peculiar items surfacing after acquiring pieces from the estate of a deceased collector embroiled in strange circumstances. A breakthrough in the case arrived when forensics unearthed microscopic fibers embedded in Catherine's fingertips. These unusual fibers, a blend of human hair and an unidentified organic substance, confounded experts. Their origin remained elusive, failing to match any known database. The investigation took a chilling turn upon delving into records of similar deaths spanning decades. Each victim had acquired an enigmatic mask before meeting their demise, their expressions etched in unadulterated terror. The retired detective, a repository of past mysteries, shed light on a sinister revelation. Seated in a dimly lit room, the retired detective disclosed a macabre detail, a collection of ancient symbols inscribed inside each mask. Believed to be linked to a ritual entailing soul transference, these symbols hinted at a malevolent force at play. A newfound journal hidden within Catherine's dwelling unveiled her descent into fear and paranoia. Catherine's final entries chronicled her unsettling discoveries, the mask's unsettling movements, the haunting symbols within, and the realization that each mask claimed a life before moving on. The chilling truth emerged. An entity sought new hosts through these cursed masks, perpetuating a cycle of death spanning centuries. The detective pieced together the evidence, culminating in the medical examiner's revelation of Catherine's cause of death: cardiac arrest induced by sheer terror. But what could provoke such paralyzing fear? Surveillance footage from a neighboring residence unveiled a ghastly sight: a figure cloaked in darkness, donning a mask reminiscent of Catherine's features. A sense of foreboding settled over the investigators as they issued an alert for the missing mask, only to be met with silence. Months later, rumors surfaced of a peculiar mask surfacing in a distant vintage shop, evading capture once more. The case, shrouded in mystery, remained unsolved, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions. The detective safeguarded Catherine's journal, a testament to the unfathomable truth lurking in the shadows. In the stillness of the night, she would awaken, a lingering sense of being observed permeating the air. With trembling hands, she would secure her abode, dreading the day the mask resurfaced, seeking a new vessel to ensnare in its sinister cycle of death and transference. The mask, a malevolent entity hungry for souls, lingered in the periphery, awaiting its next unwitting victim. Story 18: The Enigmatic Calf Conundrum. The calf had been his sanctuary for countless mornings, a place of solitude and routine. Every day he would occupy the same table, order the same black coffee without a hint of sweetener, and envelop himself in a cocoon of silence. The barista recognized his face, a familiar presence in the bustling calf, yet his name remained a mystery to all. Then one fateful day he failed to make his usual appearance. Concerned regulars whispered amongst themselves, the absence of the enigmatic man casting a shadow over the familiar surroundings. When the authorities intervened and ventured to his customary spot, all they found was a forgotten wallet, abandoned on the table. Within the wallet lay a driver's license bearing a photograph, but where a name and address should have resided, there was only a vacant space, a void where his identity ought to have been. Reviewing the security footage, Detective Sarah Mercer was confounded by what she witnessed. The man, now dubbed John Doe in the investigative records, had indeed entered the calf, taken his seat, but had inexplicably vanished into thin air, never to emerge. Furrowing her brow, Mercer studied the surveillance footage intently, her fingers tracing patterns on the cold metal table. John Doe, an unassuming figure in the sea of patrons, had exhibited no peculiarities that would foreshadow his vanishing act. Clad in a nondescript navy coat, his features blending seamlessly into the background, he had entered the calf with purpose, only to slip into the realm of the unknown. "Replay it once more," Mercer requested of the tech specialist. The footage unfolded the mundane sequence of events: John's entrance during the morning rush, his customary order, his retreat to the secluded corner table adorned with a verdant plant. There he engaged in his familiar ritual scribbling in a notebook, stealing glances out the window, all while nursing his untouched coffee. And then the pivotal moment arrived. He left his wallet on the table, rose from his seat, headed towards the restroom corridor, and vanished without a trace. "Inspect the restroom footage," Mercer urged. The specialist's response sent shivers down her spine. "He never ventured into any restroom. Our surveillance cameras captured every angle, yet he simply evaporated into the ether." Returning to the precinct, Mercer meticulously sifted through the contents of the abandoned wallet. A driver's license with blank fields, untraceable credit cards, an assortment of currency meticulously arranged, a recent receipt from the calf, and a solitary business card bearing nothing but a faintly printed phone number. When Mercer dared to dial the number, eerie silence greeted her on the other end, punctuated only by the rustle of unseen papers. The barista, a steadfast witness to John Doe's daily routine, provided scant insights. He was a man of few words, always courteous. There might have been a hint of an accent, but his voice was a mere whisper. Mercer probed further, questioning any potential acquaintances or dialogues, only to uncover a solitary figure enveloped in mystery, a man lost in his thoughts and in his enigmatic notebook. The cryptic notebook, abandoned on the table beside the wallet, harbored pages teeming with cryptic symbols and intricate codes. Cryptographers toiled in vain to decipher its contents, while sketches of enigmatic structures adorned certain pages, architectural marvels unknown to the cityscape. Mercer dispatched her officers to canvass the vicinity with John Doe's image, yet no recognition surfaced. No missing persons report mirrored his enigmatic existence. It appeared as though he existed solely within the confines of the calf, a spectral presence bound to that singular space. Amidst her relentless pursuit of the truth, Mercer discerned a peculiar anomaly within the surveillance footage. Each morning, as John materialized within the calf, a fleeting flicker disrupted the timestamp on the camera, a subtle disturbance overlooked by many. While the specialist dismissed it as a technical glitch, Mercer harbored a gnawing suspicion that there lay a profound significance to this temporal aberration. Returning to the cafe, Mercer positioned herself at John's favored table, her gaze fixated on the entrance and the hallway leading to the restrooms. Suspended between the two realms hung an ancient mirror, its ornate frame adorned with cryptic symbols reminiscent of those etched within John's notebook. Interrogating the cafe's proprietor about the mirror, Mercer unraveled a thread of history intertwined with mystery. The mirror, a relic as ancient as the establishment itself, had remained steadfast, its weight akin to an anchor tethering the present to the enigmatic past. Intrigued by the mirror's subtle allure, Mercer observed her reflection with newfound curiosity. Beneath her fingertips, the glass pulsed with an uncanny warmth, defying the expected chill of ordinary mirrors. As the forensics team delved into the mirror's secrets, a concealed compartment unveiled itself, an enclave housing a trove of identical wallets, each bearing a blank driver's license akin to John Doe's mysterious identification. Nestled amidst the wallets lay a leather-bound journal chronicling decades of enigmatic entries, scribed in the same hand as the cryptic notebook left behind. The final entry, etched with a sense of urgency, resonated with Mercer. The experiment nears its conclusion. They draw closer. The window begins to close. Intrigued and unnerved by the revelations within the hidden enclave, Mercer grappled with the implications of temporal manipulation and identity transference alluded to within the journal's cryptic passages. References to crossing back and window points hinted at a reality beyond comprehension, a realm where boundaries blurred and existence transcended the confines of conventional understanding. As the investigation delved deeper into the enigma surrounding the cafe and its spectral patron, peculiar occurrences unfurled in the vicinity. Witnesses attested to eerie reflections moving autonomously within the cafe's windows, sightings of John Doe haunting his vacant table despite the absence captured by surveillance cameras. The fabric of reality seemed to warp and twist in the wake of John's inexplicable disappearance, casting a pall of uncertainty over the once familiar locale. A breakthrough materialized in the form of an elderly woman, Margaret Keller, a former physicist privy to clandestine government projects. Keller unraveled the enigma shrouding John Doe, revealing his true identity as Daniel Weston, a brilliant theoretical physicist who had vanished under mysterious circumstances while exploring the realms of quantum mirrors. Documents unearthed from Keller's archives painted a portrait of Weston's audacious experiments and his belief in parallel realities intersecting at pivotal junctures. Returning to the cafe armed with newfound revelations, Mercer uncovered a startling truth. The very building stood upon the remnants of the research facility where Weston had embarked on his enigmatic journey. The cafe, a nexus of intersecting realities, bore witness to the temporal ripples cast by Weston's experiments, its foundations intertwined with the fabric of parallel dimensions. The apex of the investigation arrived when Mercer, engulfed in the solitude of the precinct, unearthed a crucial detail within the surveillance recordings. Reflected in the shattered mirror, she beheld a mesmerizing spectacle: two iterations of Daniel Weston, existing in tandem yet apart, locked in a surreal dance of duality. Rushing to the cafe in a desperate bid to unravel the mystery, Mercer found the mirror shattered, a testament to the experiment's denouement. Amidst the shattered glass lay a final missive, penned in Weston's unmistakable hand. The experiment concludes, the window seals shut, do not venture beyond. With these cryptic words echoing in her mind, Mercer confronted the unsettling reality that defied all conventional explanation. The case of the man who defied existence lingered as an enigma, a testament to the enigmatic forces at play within the confines of the cafe. In the aftermath of the investigation, the cafe shuttered its doors, its enigmatic allure dissipating with the vanishing of its spectral patron. Daniel Weston's fate remained shrouded in uncertainty, his body never recovered, his essence bound to the enigmatic tapestry of the cafe's history. Mercer, haunted by the enigma that had consumed her, resigned from the force, her pursuits veering towards realms beyond mortal comprehension. Neighbors whispered of Mercer's solitary vigils, her frantic scribblings mirroring Weston's enigmatic musings. A fragment of an antique mirror adorned her abode, its surface rippling with unseen currents, a silent testament to the mysteries that lingered beyond the confines of reality. And thus, the enigmatic saga of the cafe and its spectral patron faded into the annals of the unknown, a tale woven with threads of temporal intrigue and enigmatic transcendence. Story 19. The river flowed lazily that morning, its surface smooth as glass, reflecting the soft light of the rising sun. The fisherman, accustomed to the gentle rhythm of the water, almost missed the sight of a lone suitcase bobbing near the shore. At first glance, it appeared like a discarded pile of old clothes, but as he approached, a pungent odor enveloped him, thick and cloying, impossible to ignore. The suitcase was tightly bound in chains, its edges tarnished by time and exposure to the elements. When the authorities pried open the rusted case, they were met not with garments, but with a haunting discovery. Inside lay strands of hair, fingers clenched in a frozen grip of despair, and at the very bottom, a chilling note that sent shivers down their spines. This isn't the first. Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the scene, the air heavy with an unsettling stillness. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s named Catherine Walsh, lay before her, her dark hair matted and her once pale skin now marked by the water's touch. The medical examiner meticulously documented every detail, a solemn prelude to the removal of the body. What struck Mercer most profoundly was not the manner of disposal, but the eerie care taken in presenting the victim manicured nails, freshly styled hair, clad in expensive attire. She wasn't simply discarded here, Mercer observed, her gaze fixed on the tranquil waters lapping at the muddy shore. She was meticulously prepared, displayed. Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent renowned for her expertise in selling high-end properties, lived a solitary life in an affluent neighborhood. Divorced and childless, she was known for her ambition, precision, and guarded privacy. Her sudden disappearance, reported by her assistant when she failed to show up for a crucial showing with affluent clients, sent shockwaves through her circle. As investigators delved into Walsh's meticulously kept modernist home, they found a world of pristine perfection, designer furniture impeccably arranged, surfaces devoid of any dust. Even her refrigerator harbored meticulously labeled meals, organized by day. However, a glimmer of disarray in her home office caught their attention, a slightly ajar drawer revealing a leather-bound journal. The final entry sent chills down their spines. He's watching again. Same car, different plates. Further scrutiny of Walsh's digital footprint unveiled a haunting pattern in her emails, repetitive messages from unknown senders, all bearing the ominous phrase, "I see your perfection." Each message meticulously timed to arrive simultaneously on diverse days. Her online searches revealed a desperate quest for home security systems and self-defense mechanisms. Detective Mercer pieced together these disquieting clues with the forensic evidence, the meticulous arrangement of the victim's body, the deliberate presentation. "Our perpetrator is methodical," she shared with her partner. "This was not a crime of passion. This was a calculated ritual." A breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source. A local pawnshop proprietor recognized Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace, absent from her belongings. The perpetrator was identified as Michael Linden, an unassuming maintenance worker with a penchant for blending into the background. Surveillance footage depicted Linden's recurrent visits to Walsh's building, sometimes wheeling his maintenance cart, other times arriving discreetly, always timing his entries when she was away showing properties. A search of Linden's modest abode unveiled a chilling tableau walls adorned with surreptitiously captured photographs of Walsh and other women, all sharing a striking resemblance, all oblivious to his lens, some images defaced with crimson marks. Walsh marked the third victim in his twisted collection. Concealed within a hidden nook in his closet lay a shrine, each item meticulously arranged a lock of hair, tissues imprinted with lipstick, keys, and receipts. Each item accompanied by a meticulous journal documenting their daily routines, preferences, and idiosyncrasies. As Linden was brought into the interrogation room, an icy chill permeated the air. His demeanor, composed and unflinching, belied the horrors he had wrought. When confronted with the damning evidence, his voice remained eerily flat. They were flawed, he finally admitted. They projected perfection, but I saw their imperfections. Catherine's desk drawer was always in disarray. She missed a spot while applying her lipstick. Her perfection was a facade. The search for Linden's first two victims, referenced in his ominous note, led investigators to remote locations where two more suitcases were retrieved. Inside lay women akin to Walsh, real estate agents who meticulously cultivated an image of flawlessness. During the trial that followed, Linden sat impassive, his countenance devoid of emotion, as the prosecution unraveled his meticulous modus operandi. Months of stalking, meticulous observation, and the ultimate act of correction to eliminate what he deemed as imperfections. As the judge pronounced a sentence of life without parole, the families of the victims watched in solemn silence. For Detective Mercer, the case was officially concluded, yet haunting queries lingered. What inner turmoil propelled Linden to fixate on these specific women? What demons of inadequacy drove him to seek solace in extinguishing their perceived flaws through unspeakable acts of violence? The river meandered downstream, its waters eventually erasing all traces of the macabre drama that had unfolded. But in the precinct, amidst the hushed whispers and muted conversations, lay the chilling reminders of those meticulous notebooks, a stark testament that beneath the veneer of ordinariness, darkness could lurk, and the most insidious predators often masqueraded in plain sight, biding their time, awaiting that fatal flaw to be unveiled. Story 20. In the old Victorian-era home that Michael and Sarah Klein had bought, a peculiar mystery unfolded, hidden beneath layers of time and wallpaper. The couple, captivated by the house's charm and history, stumbled upon a secret that would unravel a decades-old enigma. It all began innocently enough, with a water stain in the master bedroom. As Sarah noticed the discolored patch on the floral wallpaper, they embarked on an unexpected journey of discovery. Peeling away the layers, they uncovered not just patterns from bygone eras, but something far more intriguing, a name repeated obsessively, almost frantically, across the wall. Eleanor Winters, written over and over in ink that seemed to whisper of a long-forgotten tale. Questions lingered in the air as Sarah and Michael delved into the mysterious past of their new abode. Who was Eleanor Winters, and why was her name etched so fervently into the walls? Their quest for answers led them down a digital rabbit hole, where a single search result unveiled a missing persons case shrouded in shadows of the past. The missing woman, Eleanor Winters, bore an uncanny resemblance to the woman who had sold them the house, Margaret Cavendish. The pieces of the puzzle began to align, painting a picture of intrigue and tragedy that spanned decades. As the couple's curiosity morphed into an obsession, they unearthed startling revelations that defied logic and reason. Margaret Cavendish, their enigmatic cellar, seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving behind a trail of secrets and false identities. The walls of their home became a canvas of confession, revealing a harrowing narrative of fractured identities and buried truths. Forensic teams descended upon their property, unearthing long-buried secrets that tied together the threads of past and present. Eleanor Winters, whose disappearance had haunted the walls for years, found closure in the excavation of her remains from beneath the garden, a bittersweet resolution to a cold case turned hot. But the heart of the mystery lay deeper, in the twisted psyche of a woman named Rebecca Eldridge, who had woven a tangled web of identities to conceal a dark secret. Eleanor's fate had been sealed by the hand of a friend turned foe, trapped in a labyrinth of fractured memories and shattered realities. As the truth unfolded, Michael and Sarah bore witness to a tale of betrayal and redemption, where the house they had once called their dream home became a haunting reminder of the darkness that lurked within its walls. The names etched in ink served as both a memorial and a confession, echoing the whispers of a mind on the brink of collapse. In the end, justice prevailed, but the echoes of the past lingered in the air, weaving a tapestry of mystery and remorse. For Michael and Sarah, the Victorian-era home became a beacon of light in a sea of shadows, a sanctuary where dreams and nightmares intertwined in a dance of forgotten memories and whispered secrets. Story 21, The Enigmatic Doll. They stumbled upon it in the attic, concealed beneath a worn blanket, a porcelain doll, fragile and ancient, with its wide, unblinking blue eyes painted on. Sarah and Michael, a young couple, gazed at it in disbelief, neither recognizing it nor recalling how it got there. They dismissed it as just another forgotten relic, sharing a nervous chuckle to ease the eerie atmosphere. Little did they know, that night would mark the beginning of an inexplicable journey into the unknown. As they retired to bed, a strange sensation lingered in the air, a heaviness that seemed to envelop the room. The silence felt oppressive, stretching into an unsettling stillness. And when dawn broke, the doll was no longer in the attic. It sat solemnly at the foot of their bed, a silent sentinel watching over them. Sarah and Michael had been captivated by the allure of a Victorian house they purchased at auction, enchanted by its intricate woodwork and enigmatic charm. Unbeknownst to them, the dwelling held secrets of its own, whispers of a troubled past that refused to stay buried. Detective Rachel Winters, a seasoned investigator, received a chilling call on a crisp autumn morning. A gruesome scene awaited her at the house. The female victim posed in a contorted manner in the master bedroom, her eyes frozen wide in terror, while the male victim was found in a futile attempt to flee the horror that unfolded. The precision of their arrangement hinted at a deliberate malevolence that sent shivers down the detective's spine. With a keen eye for detail, Detective Winters meticulously documented the scene, noting the eerie resemblance of the female victim to a doll plucked from a macabre collection. The absence of forced entry or signs of struggle only deepened the mystery, leaving more questions than answers in its wake. The investigation unfolded like a cryptic puzzle, revealing unsettling accounts from neighbors who spoke of phantom shadows and ghostly laughter emanating from the empty house. Forensic analysis uncovered peculiar traces of vintage fabrics associated with antique doll clothing, concentrated around the victims, and the attic a macabre link to the porcelain doll that had materialized inexplicably. Delving into the property's history unearthed a series of tragedies, previous owners meeting untimely demises under enigmatic circumstances. their fates intertwined with inexplicable occurrences and unexplained phenomena haunting the halls of the house. A newspaper clipping hinted at a dark chapter involving a renowned doll maker and his eerie creations, including a doll bearing an uncanny resemblance to the one discovered by Sarah and Michael. As Detective Winters pieced together the chilling narrative, a pattern emerged linking the victims' untimely deaths to modifications made to the attic space. The doll maker's legacy cast a malevolent shadow over the house, its secrets woven into the very fabric of its walls. A breakthrough came with the discovery of hidden photographs depicting the doll maker and his creations, including the enigmatic doll that seemed to defy the boundaries of time and space. Infrared scans unveiled spectral handprints leading from the attic to the master bedroom, a haunting trail of porcelain dust and inexplicable residue that defied rational explanation. An encounter with a distant relative of the doll maker shed light on arcane rituals and forbidden knowledge, hinting at a dark legacy of binding spirits to inanimate objects in a bid to bestow them with a haunting semblance of life. The line between reality and nightmare blurred as the investigation veered into uncharted territory where conventional truths held no sway. The case took a perplexing turn as the doll vanished from police custody, leaving behind a trail of inexplicable events that defied logical explanation. Detective Winters, haunted by the enigma that eluded her grasp, retired from the force, carrying with her a chilling photograph and a sense of foreboding that lingered like a specter in the shadows. The house, tainted by its dark history, changed hands once more, its attic holding secrets untold and mysteries unresolved. The doll, a phantom presence that defied capture, became a whispered legend among those who dared to venture near the house, its elusive laughter echoing through the stillness of the night. And as the years passed, the memory of Sarah and Michael's tragic fate faded into obscurity, their names etched in the annals of unsolved mysteries that stirred whispers of the enigmatic doll and its spectral legacy. Detective Winters, a silent observer of the unfolding enigma, safeguarded a secret that lay dormant, waiting to be awakened by the faint echoes of a child's laughter on quiet nights when the wind whispered through the attic window. Story 22. The ancient envelope, its corners tinged with age, bore a fresh stamp that whispered of recent travels. With cautious hands, the detective unfurled its contents. Within lay a solitary sheet, its words typed in a rush, the letters staggering in their urgency. "I regret what I've done," the message confessed. A peculiar dampness clung to the paper, carrying a hint of iron in the air. And there, lurking along the paper's lower edge, a reddish smudge caught their eye. Not ink, but blood. Detective Sarah Morgan deftly secured the letter in an evidence bag, her gloved touch precise and seasoned. The forensics team's findings confirmed her suspicions the crimson stain was human blood, a match to DNA from an unsolved homicide that had shadowed the department for years. The victim, Rebecca Warren, a young journalist, discovered lifeless in her dwelling, a tapestry of stab wounds marring her form. Her laptop vanished, notes scattered in disarray, hinting at a connection between the attack and her investigative pursuits. Despite exhaustive interviews and tireless scrutiny, the case had grown cold until the arrival of this cryptic missive at the precinct, addressed simply to Homicide Division. The scant fingerprints on the paper and envelope hinted at a gloved sender, but the postmark offered a trail, a thread to follow after months of stagnation. Morgan gathered her team in the dim-lit briefing chamber, where walls bore witness to unsolved mysteries in the form of photographs, timelines, and profiles that had led them astray. Centered amidst the chaos lay the image of the letter. "This changes everything," Morgan intoned, a hush falling over the room. Our perpetrator shows remorse. Detective James Chen, Morgan's stalwart ally since the case's inception, cast a critical eye over the letter. Or wants us to believe as much, he countered. The blood a macabre charade, a taunt. Through meticulous analysis, the forensics team traced the typewriter's unique imprints to a bygone model, a relic of a bygone era, uncommon yet not unobtainable. They set out to canvass antique vendors and collectors across the land. As the probe gained traction, they delved into Rebecca's world. Her editor painted a portrait of a relentless soul, unyielding in her pursuit of truth. Her final assignment delved into a wealthy dynasty entwined with local politics, a tapestry of deceit and discord. The detectives revisited Rebecca's beau, Michael Barnes. Once a picture of grief, now subtle shifts in his demeanor betrayed a hidden unease, a flicker of fear in his gaze, a tremor in his touch. Rebecca spoke of shadows tailing her, he confessed in their reunion. I dismissed it as paranoia fueled by her inquiries, a grave misstep. As the detectives pursued this fresh light, a second letter arrived. Same typewriter, same blood. This time the message bore more weight. Her knowledge of the family, the inheritance, the patriarch's demise, it was too much. I never intended matters to escalate. Their inquiries led them to the manor of the deceased patriarch, where they encountered his eldest son, Richard. A trove of antiquities adorned his abode, including vintage typewriters, yet his explanations rang rehearsed, polished. The breakthrough emerged with the discovery of microscopic fibers on the envelopes, linked to custom stationery exclusive to the family's youngest scion, Eleanor. Questioned, Eleanor unveiled Richard's request to borrow her stationery weeks prior. A search of Richard's domain unveiled a hidden chamber, a sanctuary of obsession. Within lay clippings of Rebecca, surveillance captures, and a vintage typewriter echoing the missive's origins. Analysis confirmed the blood as Rebecca's. A startling revelation emerged: Richard and Michael shared a clandestine alliance. Financial records unveiled substantial transfers from Richard to Michael preceding Rebecca's demise. Confronted, Michael crumbled. Rebecca unearthed proof of Richard's treachery in his father's passing. His admission rang out. I informed Richard, hoping to scare her into silence. I never fathomed he'd resort to murder. Eleanor's revelation, a clandestine recording, sealed Richard's fate. His words, captured in private dialogue with Michael, echoed chilling intent. She must be silenced permanently. Cornered in his flight attempt, Richard faced justice. The trial wove a tapestry of evidence: letters penned in blood, vintage typewriters whispering secrets, financial trails intertwining fates, and Eleanor's damning recording. Michael's testimony secured a plea deal. Amidst the courtroom solemnity, Richard maintained his innocence, laying blame at Michael's feet. But the scales of justice tipped decisively. The jurors' deliberations were brief, their verdict swift and damning. As Richard was led away, shackled and defeated, Detective Morgan approached Rebecca's kin. Though no solace could heal their wounds, the verdict offered a semblance of peace. The bloodied letters lay in evidence, a testament to the enduring legacy of a crime, how even the most meticulously laid plans crumble beneath the weight of guilt. The tale of Rebecca Warren stood as a beacon in detective lore, a reminder that sometimes the key to unlocking a mystery lies not in modern marvels, but in the echoes of an ancient typewriter and the haunting specter of remorse. Story 23. In the quiet of the night, a faint flicker danced across the baby monitor screen, a subtle disturbance in the usual feed. At first, the mother brushed it off as mere interference, a blip in the digital realm. But then a crackling static filled the airwaves, and a soft voice, almost imperceptible, whispered, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A chill crept down her spine, her heartbeat quickening with a sense of unknown dread. With trembling hands, she hurried to her son's room, the echo of her racing pulse the only sound in the house. As she flung open the door, her eyes widened in horror to find the crib empty, the room still and silent. The window remained shut, the door securely locked. The only anomaly in the room was a stuffed rabbit lying on the floor, its unblinking black eyes fixed on her with an eerie gaze. Rebecca's scream pierced the stillness of the night, a raw, gut-wrenching cry that seemed to echo through the walls. The neighbors, startled from their slumber, dialed emergency services, their concern palpable in the darkness. When the authorities arrived, they discovered Rebecca on the nursery floor, clutching the stuffed rabbit to her chest, her anguish palpable. A thorough investigation unfolded, shrouded in mystery and confusion. How could a child vanish without a trace from a locked home, leaving behind only a haunting voice and a silent nursery? Suspicions turned towards Rebecca, her past struggles with postpartum depression casting a shadow of doubt over her grief-stricken facade. Just when the case seemed to reach a dead end, a breakthrough emerged. Tiny fibers foreign to the household were uncovered on the nursery windowsill, a clue leading to the possibility of an intruder gaining access from outside. The focus shifted to the shadows lurking in the night, a dark figure captured by neighboring security cameras, leaving behind only whispers of a sinister presence. Daniel, the absent husband, returned to a home shattered by loss and suspicion. His hands bore the marks of a newfound hobby, rock climbing, a hobby that seemed to hold more secrets than solace. As the layers of deception unraveled, a web of lies and deceit entwined him in a sinister plot. The truth unfolded in unexpected ways. As digital forensics unveiled a chilling revelation, the baby monitor had been compromised, manipulated by an unseen hand. The voice that had haunted Rebecca was a mere illusion, a pawn in a twisted game orchestrated from the shadows. In a secluded basement, the missing child was found, tended to by a woman named Elaine with vacant eyes that held a story untold. The threads of the past intertwined as old wounds resurfaced, revealing a tale of loss and obsession that spiraled into darkness. As the courtroom hushed in anticipation, the baby monitor's audio played, unraveling the tapestry of lies woven by Daniel and Elaine. The truth, hidden in whispers and shadows, emerged with a clarity that left no room for doubt. Justice prevailed, but scars remained etched in the hearts of those touched by the night of the vanished child. Rebecca sought solace in a new beginning, carrying the weight of memories locked away in a box, guarded by the silent witness of a stuffed rabbit. The baby monitor stood as a silent sentinel, a reminder of the truths that linger in the darkness, waiting to be unveiled. And as the night whispered its lullaby of secrets, a mother and her child found peace in the shadows of a past that could never truly be forgotten. Story 24. The aged apartment exuded a sense of history, each creak and groan of the heating system, every rattle of the pipes a part of its whispered tales, or so she convinced herself, until that moment, a voice, barely there yet unmistakable, drifted through the air vents, not the typical chatter of neighbors, but a soft, beckoning whisper calling her name. Pressing her ear against the vent, her heart raced as a chill breeze brushed past her cheek, followed by a playful, almost teasing declaration, "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw stood in silence within the empty apartment, her attention drawn to the rusted vent cover pried from the wall. Around her, the forensics team meticulously worked, capturing the scene with flashing cameras. The missing woman, Alina Reeves, had vanished for a week before the odor caught the building manager's notice. What they uncovered within the ventilation system defied logic. She reported voices coming from the vents, Officer Patel recited from his notes. Building management dismissed her claims, attributing them to the old heating system's peculiar noises. Kneeling by the vent, Shaw observed the scratch marks, deep and frantic, not from tools but from desperate fingernails clawing at the cover from within. Elena, a beloved kindergarten teacher with a green thumb, had a cheerful demeanor that resonated with those around her. Her absence was felt by her students, who crafted cards in her honor, and her sister, who reported her disappearance. She grew paranoid before she went missing, her sister had disclosed during the interview, her voice quivering. Elena was convinced someone was watching her, talking to her through the apartment vents. I thought it was just work stress. Surveying the apartment anew, Shaw noticed subtle details: the neatly made bed, the unwashed coffee mug, the chair beneath the vent, as if someone had been listening intently. The forensic report revealed intriguing findings: fibers matching Elena's cardigan stuck in the vent, a foreign fingerprint on the inside of the vent cover, and chilling audio recordings from Elena's phone. Alone in her car, rain drumming on the roof, Shaw listened to Elena's frightened voice prompting an unseen entity to speak, followed by a faint whisper that demanded entry. Delving into the building's history, Shaw unearthed unsettling incidents involving previous tenants reporting strange occurrences within the walls and vents, including hallucinations and abrupt departures. The superintendent, Harold Weber, exhibited an odd calmness during questioning, downplaying the phenomena as mere building quirks. However, when questioned about apartment 4B's past occupants, a subtle shift in demeanor betrayed a hidden truth. A secret access panel discovered in Elena's bathroom led to a maintenance passage, revealing a chilling revelation: a hidden observer living within the walls. With a search of Weber's apartment, Shaw uncovered a meticulously organized collection of audio recordings and surveillance images, showcasing his twisted obsession with Elena and former tenants. His arrest shed light on a haunting pattern of manipulation and surveillance that spanned years. Weber's unsettling calmness persisted, his claims of a symbiotic connection with the building dismissed as delusions. Convicted on all charges, he left the courtroom with a cryptic smile, his parting words resonating with Shaw: "The whispers never cease. The building remembers." Now vacant, the apartment building remains a silent witness to past horrors. Despite renovations and new ownership, residents report eerie sounds emanating from the vents, whispers echoing through the walls, and chilling drafts that carry phantom voices. The groans of the heating system, the rattling of the pipes, just echoes of the building's dark secrets. But they reassure themselves, it's all just the building settling in for the night. Story 25, the ancient library faced its impending demise, the construction crew nearing the completion of their task. Amidst the chaos of destruction, a worker stumbled upon a concealed latch within a dusty bookshelf. With a gentle click, the entire structure swung open, unveiling a narrow passageway leading to a hidden chamber. Inside, the air hung heavy, untouched by time for decades. No furnishings adorned the room, save for a solitary chair bolted to the floor. Etched repeatedly on the wall, a haunting declaration echoed, "I remain here." The construction foreman swiftly contacted the authorities, and what had begun as routine demolition swiftly spiraled into a realm of unease and mystery. Detective Morgan Walsh, a seasoned investigator with 2 decades of experience, found himself facing a scene unlike any he had encountered before. Standing at the threshold, his flashlight pierced the darkness, revealing the unsettling message that adorned the walls. "Secure the area," Walsh instructed the officers, his voice resonating in the confined space. "Let no one disturb a thing until the forensics team arrives." The history of the building added a layer of intrigue to the unfolding narrative. The library, once owned by the prestigious Harrington family, had been bequeathed to the public following the mysterious disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. Vanishing during her final year of college, Rebecca left behind a void with no trace save for her abandoned car near the woods. Despite extensive searches and inquiries, the case grew cold, with the prevailing notion suggesting she had fled to forge a new existence, an explanation her family vehemently rejected, convinced of a darker truth. As forensic experts meticulously combed through the hidden chamber, they uncovered hair strands and fibers embedded in the chair. The wall's scratches held traces of blood and skin cells beneath the layers of dust, hinting at a tumultuous struggle. Initial analyses hinted at the biological material belonging to a young female. The chair was designed for confinement, the forensic analyst observed, gesturing towards the weathered leather straps still clinging to the arms. The occupant fought fiercely. Walsh marshaled his team to delve into the Harrington family's past, a nagging sensation tugging at the edges of his mind. The timing of the library's donation after Rebecca's disappearance struck him as more than mere coincidence, potentially harboring a vital clue. Further inquiries unveiled a disconcerting fact. The bookshelf concealing the hidden room had been installed by a contractor exclusively hired by Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the family patriarch. Financial records hinted at exorbitant payments to this contractor, surpassing standard renovation costs by far. Former library personnel expressed astonishment at the discovery, none privy to the hidden space's existence. However, an elderly librarian recollected Maxwell's prolonged solitary visits to that section of the building after hours. She had assumed he sought solitude for his reading pursuits. Maxwell insisted that area remain untouched during renovations, she recounted to investigators. He claimed the original woodwork was of historical importance and irreplaceable. The investigation took a chilling turn when DNA testing confirmed the genetic material from the hidden room matched samples obtained from Rebecca's hairbrush found in her old bedroom. The pieces began fitting together, painting a grim picture. Rebecca had not fled, she had been ensnared behind the deceptive facade of the bookshelf, potentially by a member of her own kin. Securing a warrant, the detectives combed through the Harrington estate. In Maxwell's study, a leather-bound journal concealed in a secret compartment unveiled a series of entries spanning months, detailing an unsettling fixation on his niece. The final entry sent shivers down their spines. She threatened exposure. "I cannot allow that. The room will confine her until she comprehends." Confronted with the journal and DNA evidence, Maxwell's veneer of denial crumbled. "She imperiled everything," he confessed flatly. Rebecca unearthed incriminating documents proving my embezzlement from the family foundation over years. Our name was sacred. I could not let her tarnish it. His revelations painted a macabre tableau. Maxwell had lured Rebecca to the library, subdued her, and incarcerated her within the hidden chamber, intending to silence her indefinitely. Yet in an unforeseen turn, Rebecca had attempted to break free during one of his visits, leading to a fatal altercation. "Panic consumed me," Maxwell admitted in his recorded confession. "I interred her beneath the chamber's floorboards and sealed it shut. Then I donated the building to ensure that part would remain undisturbed forever." Ground-penetrating radar confirmed the presence of human remains beneath the hidden chamber's floor. Upon excavation, Rebecca's skeletal remains emerged, adorned with the silver bracelet gifted by her parents on her 20th birthday. The Harrington family attended Maxwell's trial, witnessing as justice was at last served. Rebecca's mother clutched her daughter's recovered bracelet, a token allowing them a proper burial after years of uncertainty. The library's demolition halted indefinitely, evolving into a site of reverence and contemplation. Community members laid flowers at the entrance, honoring a life cut short and a truth concealed behind a veneer of normalcy. In a poignant twist, Rebecca's plea, "I remain here," etched into the walls, ensured her memory endured, and justice, though delayed, found its path to the surface. Story 26. In the old apartment, peculiar sounds echoed through the walls, pipes groaned, floorboards creaked. Yet the new tenant sensed a difference in the air. The footsteps that resonated from above were too deliberate, too steady for comfort. Curiously, she dwelled on the topmost floor. One fateful night, she summoned courage, tapping the ceiling with a broomstick. Abruptly, the noise ceased. A profound silence lingered before a single knock reverberated from within the ceiling. Sarah Coleman chose to keep the haunting incident to herself, attributing it to the settling of the building, or perhaps a small creature finding refuge in the attic space. As the relentless footsteps persisted each night, Sarah adapted, resorting to cranking up her television volume, donning headphones in bed, anything to muffle the rhythmic footfalls that traversed her ceiling in the veil of darkness. Meanwhile, Detective Morris caught wind of the apartment through a maintenance worker's chance discovery. During routine repairs, a hidden crawl space was stumbled upon. The worker unearthed a narrow passage concealed behind a section of drywall outside Sarah's unit, a passage unaccounted for in the building plans. Illuminated by a flashlight, the makeshift living space within unveiled a grim scene: discarded food wrappers, empty water bottles, a soiled blanket, and a weathered notebook. Summoned by the building superintendent, Detective Morris and his partner Detective Rivera arrived to find the maintenance worker shaken, muttering about someone lurking within the walls, watching unseen. The notebook bore meticulous observations of Sarah Coleman, her routines, guests, dining habits, entertainment choices, shower times, and sleep patterns. The handwriting, initially composed, deteriorated into erratic scribbles with cryptic symbols adorning the margins. "The subject no longer responds to my signals," the final entry read. "She has chosen to ignore me. No one ignores me." Forensic teams combed the crawl space, unearthing fingerprints that eluded identification in any database. A labyrinth of passages interwoven into the building's structure, some dating back decades, was unveiled. These clandestine paths led to 5 different apartments, but terminated in discrete vantage points disguised as fixtures solely in Sarah Coleman's unit. Interviews with current residents yielded no anomalies beyond typical apartment noises. Former occupants, however, recounted unsettling tales. 3 predecessors of Sarah spoke of feeling watched or hearing unexplained disturbances, prompting one to vacate after a mere fortnight. Fearful of sounding paranoid, none had reported their encounters. A breakthrough emerged when forensics detected microscopic blood spatter in one of the crawl spaces, matching it to Martin Weaver, a resident who had vanished 4 years prior. Martin had resided directly beneath Sarah's apartment. Revisiting Martin's disappearance, Detective Morris unearthed a thread. Martin had complained of noises from the unit above, confronting the tenant Edward, a reclusive man. Shortly after the confrontation, Martin disappeared, and Edward abruptly departed, leaving no trace behind. Delving deeper, investigators traced Edward's transient history, revealing a pattern of residence changes across 2 decades. Each relocation to a top-floor unit was followed by isolated living and unannounced departures. Accounts from a former neighbor portrayed Edward as intense, fixated on silence. Property records unveiled Edward's ownership of remote land, where a cabin harbored a chilling secret. The walls were adorned with images and notes of apartment residents, notably Sarah Coleman and Martin Weaver. Maps detailing ventilation systems and structural weak points, accompanied by journals chronicling specimen observations and habitat maintenance, adorned the dwelling. A corkboard showcased newspaper clippings, missing person reports, 6 in total, all linked to Edward's former residences. Beneath the board, etched scratches hinted at a dark history. Behind the cabin, cadaver dogs led investigators to disturbed earth, exposing human remains concealed below. As forensic anthropologists toiled to identify the victims, Detective Morris revisited Sarah's apartment building. Though the crawl spaces had been sealed, sporadic noises persisted. During security system installations, maintenance workers stumbled upon a chilling revelation: a second notebook concealed in the hallway's ceiling wall crevice. The initial page bore a cryptic message: "They found my old nest, but not my new one." The writing mirrored the previous notebook, concluding with a sketch of Sarah's apartment layout, a new passage in crimson, and a date set for that very night. Officers hastened to evacuate Sarah, only to find her residence deserted. A cryptic message etched on the bathroom mirror read, "Look up." The shower's mist unveiled a removed ceiling panel above, hinting at an escape. The manhunt for Edward, identified as Edward Mercer, a construction worker versed in renovations, rages on. Thermal scans revealed no signs of habitation within Sarah's walls. Sarah Coleman remains missing, her case entwined with similar vanishing acts across multiple states. Apartment managers were cautioned about unauthorized building alterations and concealed spaces. Amidst the grim discoveries, Detective Morris finds solace in the quiet of his home, pondering the chilling thought of Sarah, alone, hearing those footsteps from an empty floor above. The footsteps that ceased at her knock, only to respond in kind. In moments of solitude, he gazes upward, attuned to the silence, wondering who else may be listening in the shadows. Story 27. She desired to redecorate the nursery before the newborn's arrival. The walls wore a faded blue hue, harboring tales within their ancient layers. As she applied the first coat of white paint, a hidden secret emerged from beneath a message, faint at first, then growing clearer. "Don't let it hear you." Her breath hitched. Stepping back, she noticed something peculiar: tiny handprints in the fresh paint, too high for a child to reach. This discovery in the nursery of the Morgan house marked the start of what investigators later dubbed the Whispering House case. The young couple had acquired the Victorian-style home for a surprisingly low price just months prior. The real estate agent had only mentioned minor cosmetic issues, withholding the property's dark past. Detective Sarah Klein rang the doorbell, holding her notebook. A woman answered, her swollen belly evident beneath paint-splattered overalls. Dark circles framed her eyes, revealing her sleepless nights. The detective observed the woman's trembling hands as she recounted finding the message and handprints. "The previous owners left abruptly," the woman explained. "Neighbors mentioned they departed in the dead of night, packing only essentials into their car, no moving truck in sight." Walking through the historic residence, Detective Klein's footsteps echoed on the aged floorboards. In the nursery, she scrutinized the partially painted wall, the message still faintly visible where painting had been abandoned. Beside it, 5 small handprints pressed into the fresh paint, positioned at an adult's shoulder height. Back at the precinct, she delved into the property's records. The house had changed owners 8 times in 30 years, an unusually high turnover rate. Alarming were the child welfare reports filed for 3 of those families, with children claiming to hear whispers and feel watched as they slept. Further investigation unveiled that the house once belonged to Alina Blackwood, a wealthy widow who ran a small orphanage on the property in the early industrial era. Newspaper clippings referenced 5 missing children from her care, assumed to have run away. When Alina passed away, workers renovating the house discovered a sealed room behind the nursery wall. containing children's belongings but no remains. The case went unsolved, buried in archives. Interviewing former residents, Detective Klein pieced together a disturbing pattern. Families with children reported strange happenings, rearranged toys, ghostly laughter, and mysterious drawings. Most dismissed these occurrences until the ominous writing surfaced during repainting. The handwriting matched Aliner's journals, and the handprints, identical over the years, puzzled the detective. Convincing the current owners to allow ground-penetrating radar in the basement led to a chilling revelation. 5 child-sized shapes were detected beneath the concrete floor. Breaking through, workers uncovered 5 sets of remains arranged in a circle, confirming the children's tragic fates during Aliner's tenure. Luminol sprayed in the nursery revealed glowing handprints on every wall, unseen to the naked eye, hundreds of them as if the children had tried to escape. Aliner's journals exposed her sinister motives, believing she could absorb the children's energy to prolong her life. The case concluded with the victims receiving a proper burial, their names finally recognized as murder victims. The house remained empty as the pregnant couple refused to return. Detective Klein submitted her final report, documenting the handprints and the hidden message. The nursery walls were demolished, but workers claimed to hear children's whispers amidst the debris, refusing to return after their shifts. The house was condemned, a cold case left unsolved, raising spiritual questions that lingered. The detective preserved a haunting photograph from the case, a display of 5 luminol handprints glowing in the darkness, a chilling reminder that certain crimes leave indelible marks beyond the reach of fresh paint.